Another wide for the score. None for 23. Ryan on strike. Hoping that the sound is coming through. Okay, welcome here to Walkerston Cricket Club. We finally sorted out our sound issue, and apologies for all of those people watching this morning coming from the Walkerston Cricket Club, where Australia won the toss and missed communication there between the two Australian batsmen in Paul Ryan and Jed Mensforth. No run, so brilliant piece of fielding. And that's the completion of the fifth over. Current score here is Australia a none for 24 after winning the toss and electing to bat. And a bit of a rushed morning this morning for me and my monkeys, but we're out here and we're head down, bum up now to make sure that we bring you most exciting day's play here for the first ever Tri-Series tournament between Australia and New Zealand in the over 55's. And these two teams are going head to head and obviously playing for pride here, with the game being recognised by the IMC. So all player stats will be officially recognised, which is a fantastic acknowledgement by the IMC here. So we currently have Paul Ryan on strike, the left-hander, facing David Goldingham. The ball worked out to short mid-wicket, no run. A lot of rain has been experienced up here over the past 3 days here in Mackay. Unfortunately, touring teams, the Australian and New Zealand 55's, and then the Australian over 50 Aboriginal team have been spending some time seeing the sights of Mackay. They have also been in the indoor nets as well, making sure that they're ready for when play finally started. And here at Walkerston Cricket Club, at 15 minutes out of west of Mackay. And that's what the backward point from no run. But a massive shout out and massive thank you to Lloyd and his hard-working committee here at the Walkerston Cricket Club for enabling us to get this tournament second game underway. Ball went outside the off stump through to the keeper, and that's the end of Goldingham's third over. Has excellent figures of 3 overs, 1 made and none for 10. With Gibb Mensforth on 10 from 14, and we had Paul Ryan 10 from 22 deliveries.
Lovely cover drive there by Jed. Well fielded at short cover. And we have Howarth bowling his fourth over, halfway through his fourth over. The current score is none for 26. Facing, right arm over the wicket. And a big cover drive, an attempted cover drive there by Mensforth, and probably lucky for him that there was no outside edge and straight through to the keeper for no run. So a bit of an update on some of the things that the guys have been up to over the last few days. People have been to the marina at Mackay, and a group also headed north to Airlie Beach. Spent the day up there. Off the back foot there, squirted out to Gully, which is vacant for a single. And I believe the Australian team that went to Airlie Beach were lucky enough to have an ABBA tribute band up there, and a few of the boys were out on the dance floor and strutting their stuff and singing a few songs. So probably a perfect day for those guys that headed to Airlie Beach. I think they got back in at about 9 or 10 o'clock that night, so a big day for them. See Howarth in again. Paul Ryan, who drops it at his feet, no run there. And that sees the completion of Howarth's fourth over. He now has figures of none for 17. So Goldingham resuming at the Walkerston town end, we'll call that, the rest of the day, as we see a ball glided down to third man for a single by Mensforth. Now moves on to 13. Left-hander in Paul Ryan. Face the next ball from Goldingham. And a full ball there. It's pulled out in front of square leg. Just for a single, though. So the ground here today may look a little bit slow, but we played a practice game here 2 days ago. And the grass since then has been mowed twice by the committee of the Walkerston Cricket Club. Massive shout out for their efforts. They've covered the hard wicket pitch. They've covered the bowlers' run-ups. They've also put hessian on the bowlers' run-ups underneath the covers to absorb any ground moisture that came up, ensuring that the run-ups were as dry as possible, and obviously safety is paramount for the players playing in this tournament. And I've never seen hard wickets covered before, but when you think about it, it makes a great deal of sense because the pitch stays dry, the ball doesn't skid if the pitch is wet, and obviously players' safety and footing is quite good for their bowling. And he's popped that out to short square leg and landed just short of the fielder. When the guys played here earlier in the week, they said that the hard wicket here at Wolverhampton had a little bit in it, and it was jagging around a little bit. And the movement was quite significant. And also the RJ balls were cutting around and swinging quite consistently throughout the course of that practice match. So I think we're still seeing that here today, although the Australians got off to a fairly good start and currently none for 29. And we see that ball hit away to the boundary line. One bounce for 4 in front of deep mid-wicket. So a brilliant shot there by Paul Ryan, looking to get on the attack here against Johan Howarth, and was in the slot for him to hit through the ball and out over mid-wicket for a brilliant boundary to Ryan, who moves now to 16. The current score is none for 33 off 8 overs. A forward defensive shot there from Paul. We have a quick look going around the field to have a look at Howarth's field. We have a first slip, a third man backward point. We have a forward point, short cover, mid off, back on the ring, mid on, probably 5 metres off the ring, and a forward square leg, and then a fine leg back on the boundary. As we see Howarth now moving in to Ryan, and he's gone again over square leg, and it's raced away to the boundary for another boundary to Paul Ryan. Obviously likes it in that area, and we saw him in the practice match a couple of days ago play some similar shots there, and obviously that's the left-hander shot going square of the wicket in that mid-wicket and square leg region. So see a man move now back to the mid-wicket boundary. Goldingham back here on the boundary line just in front of the clubhouse here. See Howarth continuing now to Paul Ryan, who's in great form at the moment, and another forward defensive shot. Great batting there by Paul Ryan. These two in Ryan and Mensforth are batting together for just the second time. And we saw a little bit of a mix-up earlier on, but they seem to now have worked out their running and calling. Good for the boys out in the middle. And a full toss there, and it's driven straight down the ground. And that's racing away to the boundary now for another 4. That's 3 boundaries in that over. So great over there for the Australians, and some brilliant batting so far by Paul Ryan, who now moves along to 24 from 30 deliveries. Quite slow early, but now he's got a real wriggle on now with 12 off that over so far, and we still see 1 delivery remaining. So pressure's now on Howarth to attempt to dot up Ryan, who's in a great vein of batting form here. And a forward defensive shot, and they've pushed it out on the onside for a quick single. And we talk about that good understanding now and the running between wickets between Mensforth and Ryan. So that's the completion of the over. An expensive one there for Howarth, who now has bowled 5 overs and has none for 30. Current score for Australia is none for 42. The completion of the 9th over. So if we can describe the setting here at the Walkerston Cricket Club at McLennan Park, the oval is known as, we have a bike track, velodrome bitumen track around the outside of the ground, and this area is a sugarcane growing area, and over to the left of your shot that you can see, there's sugarcane right along that left-hand side. There are trees in the background, obviously with a creek at the back here. And we're just on the outskirts of Walkerston. So it's quite a rural area. Apparently there's a couple of nice little pubs here. As we see Goldingham commence his 5th over. Paul Ryan. His field is quite defensive now, with Australia right on top here as we look to see the end of the 10th over. So no slip now. We have a short third man, backward point, deep cover, short cover, long off on the boundary, mid on the ring, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and down the leg side, and that's called a wide there from the umpire at that end. And a great bit of work there by the keeper for New Zealand. And also he has a backward square. And that's driven down the ground to long off for a single. It's hit the ball straight to the one man in close at mid-wicket, and brilliant piece of fielding there by Brent Fleming. And down the leg side, and another wide is called. And another brilliant piece of keeping there by Wayne Robbins to stop any balls going away to the boundary down that leg side. And a slower ball there. It's hit down the ground towards mid-off and cut off by the fielder at extra cover, and no rung. The ball's deflected off the fielder, and they haven't looked to take that misfielded run there, but this game is played in good spirit. It's always good to see at this level. The last ball of Goldingham's 5th over coming up. Another slower ball, and that's off the pads and onto the onside. That's the completion of Goldingham's 5th over. Has excellent figures. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. And here come the team lollies. Thank you very much, Dom Crognali, Vice Captain of Australia. I think I'll just have a minty, maybe a mustard stick and a mint leaf. How does that sound? Oh, and what's that one there? A bit of licorice. It's lovely. Thank you so much. Alan's Lollies, thank you so much for being the official sponsor here today. So we have a change of bowler here. We have the captain of New Zealand, Scott McCarty, coming on from the creek end. And for those that see through socials throughout the course of the day, once they get up, the New Zealand national anthem today was very well led by the skipper, Scott McCarty. I'm sure that I've heard stories that Scott is either a former or current opera singer, and he definitely led the team in the singing of the national anthem today for New Zealand. Quite a spectacle, really, and put goosebumps on the back of your neck. So we see the first delivery from Scott McCarty to Paul Ryan, who cuts away to third man for a single. And well fielded down there. A couple of field changes here with the right-hander Mensforth on strike. McCarty's directing his players to where he wants the fielders. So we had a mid-off, a short cover, deep cover on the boundary, point, third man, gully. We have a forward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. You see the man at third man now positioned quite fine down there on the boundary. McCarty comes in again to men's fourth, and a cut shot there, and well fielded there at backward point by Goldingham. Diving away to his left. There was no run. Current run rate is 4.48. Short again outside the off stump, and unfortunately, men's fourth has mistimed that. Pushed out to the fielder Goldingham at point. So a good over here so far by McCarty. Run off the first delivery. Let go outside the off stump for no run. Another cut shot there by men's fourth. Out to third man. Well fielded there by Scotty Mason. Turns the ball back into Robbins. One run takes the score now to 47 for no loss. Fourth now 14 off 30. Ryan now on strike 27 off 35 after taking 12 off the previous over, or 2 overs earlier. And off the back foot, he pushes it out to cover. No run. That sees the completion of the very tidy first up over by Captain Scott McCarty. Just 2 runs from his first over. You can see the Manhattan there with that over that Paul Ryan took to Johan Howarth. Boundaries square of the wicket, and then a magnificent on drive down the ground and along the ground all the way, and it still managed to reach the boundary on what is a slow outfield. But it ran, obviously it was timed extremely well and ran well across the grass. 1-2. Well, welcome back. A little bit of a technical issue there with our Starlink battery. And the monkeys are doing a great job to the left of me again. Well done, boys. Back up and running. A bit harsh. They're doing a great job doing all the live scoring. So thanks to Wills and Nick McGough. And, of course, the great Mark Horswell, bringing to you all of these magnificent pictures through NV Play, live from Walkerston Cricket Club at McLennan Park, 15 kilometres west of Mackay. See another bowling change has occurred while we're a little bit offline, and we've got Scotty Mason halfway through his second over. Currently the figures of none for 7. We saw the departure there of Jed Mensforth, LBW, to Scott McCarty. Jed made a very well compiled 20, 39 deliveries, so got the Aussies off to a fairly good start with the current run rate sitting at about 4.5 and over. Current score is 1 for 61, 13 overs, so in an over's time we'll have a drinks break. See Mason into the new batsman in Matthew Drain, who came off a century in the first game. Good to see him back out there in the middle. Matthew Drain loves batting. He tells me now he loves batting for Australia, so good on you, Drainey. Mason's last delivery of his second over. Allowed to pass outside the off stump. Well taken by keeper Wayne Robbins. That's the completion of the 14th over. Australia 1 for 61. With Paul Ryan not out, 35 from just 40 deliveries with 6 boundaries in that 35. So going along at a very good rate. Matthew Drain has just joined him out in the middle. So first change bowlers are on as we speak for the Kiwis, with Captain Scott McCarty resuming from the creek end with his third over. Wicket taker with 1 for 9. A forward defensive shot there from Ryan, looking for that quick single, but fielder there at short cover, quite quick. Score to 0. A left-hander Ryan on strike to McCarty. He looks to ease the ball out into the covers, again for no run. So a little bit more of an attacking field here from McCarty. We have a third man, backward point, forward, square leg, short cover, mid on and mid off, back on the 30-metre mark. We have a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a short mid-wicket as McCarty right arm over down the leg side. And looking for a run there, and if this is a direct hit, Drain was out. But unfortunately, the throw was just off target there from Robbins. Matthew Drain got probably halfway down and then had to turn and return back to his crease. As I said, if a direct hit was there, he would have been run out for a duck. So off the back foot, and he looks to take a single there, very quick single out to mid-off, who's back on the 30-metre mark, so an easy run there. That takes Ryan now to 36 runs. Current score at 1 for 62. We might see if we can get someone from the Australian team to come and join me in the commentary box, and we might catch up with them and see if we can find out what the boys have been up to over the last few days with the wet weather and no cricket being played. So McCarty now into the right-handed Drain, and he hits the ball straight down the ground to mid-on for another quick single. So that sees Matthew Drain off the mark. And looks like we're going to get Graham Crawford in to join us in the box, and we'll bring him in at the start of the next over. So it'll be great to catch up with one of my very, very good friends. Find out what the Pommy's been up to over the last few days. I'm sure he's been enjoying himself here in Queensland. As we see a forward defensive shot there from Paul Ryan, and no run, and that's the completion of Scott McCarty's third over.
now has exceptional figures of 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. And we welcome to the commentary box. I hope you can hear me. Check 1, 2, 3. Graham Crawford. It's fabulous to see you here at the Walkerson Career Club, and thanks for joining us here as we go to a quick drinks break. But uh, how do you think the boys have gone with the start so far?
Very solid start, to be honest with you. Good boundaries. And one a bit way early, wide. Them. Been very even contest. Just
Very good, Croft. And tell me, what have the boys been up to over the last 3 days? Obviously disappointing with the weather, travelling all this way from all over the country, and obviously the Kiwis have come across from New Zealand. But the last 3 days, I guess you've got out and seen a few sights. Maybe you could share where the boys have been over the last 3 days, and I guess maybe even share who's been best on tour so far.
best on ground. Dom, unbelievable bloke. Full of energy. Probably one of the oldest blokes here as well. Unbelievable. We actually hired a car and went to Early Beach.
For those that didn't understand his accent, that's Early Beach, not Early Beach.
Same place. Yeah, we had a fantastic time there. Sun was out the whole day. We drove back. Excellent spot. Excellent. Highly recommend. So yeah, the boys really enjoyed it. We met the ABBA tribute band.
And knowing how your dance moves are on the dance floor, the ABBA tribute band, there's no doubt that you would have been out on the dance floor, moving and grooving to the tunes of ABBA, and I believe that Dom was out there with you, also singing and dancing and carrying on. But more importantly, I've heard that looks like you're bringing Rebecca up here to Airlie Beach for her 50th.
Oh yeah, it's definitely on the cards. Destination. Good. On the shapes on the floor. To be fair, everyone in that pub was moving. I wasn't alone. We were really good fun. I highly recommend it. What a great Saturday afternoon we had. So, yeah, the weather's been pretty average, and be in the same dressing room, the same bus, the same restaurant, pub. So yeah, we made the most of what we could.
Wonderful stuff there, Croft. And we see the drinks break is nearly completed with both Aussie batsmen back out in the middle, and the Kiwis are just grouping up with probably a last minute speech there from leader Scott McCarty to rev the boys up. And the first, I guess, hour sees the Aussie 1 for 63, and obviously Mensforth, the sole wicket there, who made 20. But we have Paul Ryan currently on 36 from 45 deliveries. Matthew Drain's just come to the crease with a solitary run there. Croft, what's the feedback been on the pitch so far out there? And obviously we played there, or you guys played there last week. I think it might have been on the Friday maybe. What's the hard wicket like here, and obviously the efforts that the local cricket club have put in to allow us to get up and play some cricket?
Yeah, obviously the hard wicket. It's a brown one, I suppose, compared to the usual green. I've only ever played one game on hard wicket, which was the other day, so it's quite unusual. Playing it black trainers is a no-no for me, but hey ho, whatever it is, it is. But I think the wicket played is playing pretty fine. It's the problem. They've cut the grass somehow amongst that rain, and it seems to go across. It was a bit hard work on the floor. A lot of benefit yeah, I think we're just going to get a good solid start and let the big boys at the end try and clear the pickets, I suppose.
And are you one of those big boys to look to clear the picket later in the innings? What number are you batting, Croft?
Number 6. Hopefully I can clear the pickets.
Well, they are only 55 metres, so I think I saw you clear the boundary in the first game. I think you may have had a bit of a hit here in the practice game. I think you cleared a boundary on one occasion, and then I think you tried to do it again next ball and got out, something along those lines. But you've really looked like you've engaged and enjoyed the first Pommy to represent Australia at over 55s. Must be a pretty proud moment, and obviously a bit of a tear-jerking moment as we see Scotty Mason resume from the city end. But maybe share with the viewers what that moment was like, receiving your Australian baggy green.
I suppose that's a lot different of a lot of blokes on the trip. Yeah, I mean it's a difficult question. I'm trying my best to answer. Look, it's a great honour to represent side, even Australia, your league, your county, your country. It's like that. It's an achievement. So obviously, some of the things you're after is also I'm privileged for that. To keep producing performances to get me selected into his team. So I'm pretty happy with it. It was a great event. A lot of people were cheering up and stuff. It's great. Again, everyone's different, but it doesn't mean nothing to me really. It's still I do my best on the field, wear the colours I'm wearing.
Wonderful stuff, and obviously the efforts that the board and Guy Randall went to get video messages from family members, wives, partners, kids. It must have been pretty special, especially not knowing that was coming your way. And Rebecca and the kids obviously sent out their best wishes and love to you, and that must have brought you close to tears, Croft.
Yes, obviously. Yeah, no, I mean, I was up number 3, so I was up there second, I think second spot. So yeah, it was definitely nice to get there early and take it all in, and then sit back down and watch the others. Yeah, excellent idea. Really, really good. And your family is the most important thing in all walks of life, whether it's cricket and that. They're still in there, and we're still playing for them as well. We are ourselves.
Great stuff, Croft. And we see a quick single there once again by Matty Drain. I'm not sure if that was close to a run out. I know all the hands from the Kiwi fielders went in the air as the ball passed the stumps again, so maybe another opportunity for a run out there. And I think Matthew might have been just short again. So we see the ball down the leg side and a wide, and a brilliant piece of keeping there by Wayne Robbins. Didn't glove the ball cleanly, but at least saved valuable wides down that leg side. So another run to the score takes the score to 165, and we're joined in the commentary box by Australian. I'm not sure whether to call him an all-rounder. I guess we could call him an all-rounder, bowler and batsman. But he's joined us willingly in the commentary box to obviously share his comments about the day's play. So we see the worm, the run rate. It's currently, see what the run rate is there, but it's just over 4 runs and over. Rain is on 2, and Paul Ryan, 36. So Croft, obviously 1 for 60 odd after 15 overs. What's the expectation for the team, and what sort of target are they looking to finish with at the end of the 45 overs today?
Well, I reckon anywhere in the region of 260, 280 would be a terrific score. Whether we need that many, I don't know, but that's got to start there, I think. There's a lot of runs we scored in the last 5 overs, as you saw that we played 20, 25 over game, and we didn't have an awful lot to start off with, and then we ended up getting 60, 65 in the last 5 overs. So we look to do the same, and it'll be what it'll be. But yeah, we've got wickets in hand. It's not that big, the boundary. There's a bit of wind going around, so when you get a few in the air, you should be clear in the fence, not just the boundary.
Exactly, and as we see another forward defensive shot there by Paul Ryan, there's quite a stiff breeze blowing across the ground from left to right. So as we see Paul Ryan looking out here to the mid-wicket boundary, and he has a player just behind square and also one on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So he'll be looking for anything in his wheelhouse, and another forward defensive, and a great line and length here from Scott McCarty. And doing an exceptional job here, leading from the front as skipper. halfway through his third over, he has 1 for 12. So doing a real job here for his team. And wide outside the off stump. In fact, signal wide by the umpire. Another extra to the delivery. And part of this tour, Croft, has been obviously the engagement with both the Kiwis, who you would have potentially maybe played against previously, but probably not had a lot to do with. Maybe some engagement in that T20 tournament in Mildura, as we see the ball work behind square leg for another run. That takes the score to 1 for 68. And also the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team who are staying at the hotel across the road. But 3 days, lots of engagement, I guess, with both teams. I'm sure that's been a bit of fun as well, and also the opportunity to meet some new people.
Yes, definitely. All the boys have really, really well. Depending what team you're from, they mix in breakfast. You've seen, it's not just Australian team, Aboriginal team, New Zealand team. And a big shout out to all the families from all. So yeah, they've really got on well, and they've taken it on board and they cheer us along and help out as much as they possibly can, and just make the evenings of the longer days a little bit more easy to bear, if you know what I mean, with the weather that we've had.
Yeah, fantastic. As we see Paul Ryan go big again down the ground, a couple of bounces and it crossed the boundary line at long on. He's now pushed up into the 40s now at 41 from just 50 deliveries and 7 boundaries. So quite an aggressive knock here from Paul Ryan. And I was talking to him after the first game where he nicked off early. And if you're in good form, apparently he got the ball of the day. And, most batsmen are going to miss those balls. But unfortunately, that first day, he was in good form and obviously got a nick off there, Croft. But an exciting left-hander to watch, isn't he?
He's a clean striker. He's very correct. Yeah, he's a very, very good player. He doesn't say a lot, but when he does, it's worth listening. Yeah, he's got a cracking voice. He's got a great voice for radio anyway.
I normally say they've got good heads for radio, not good voices. But, Paul Ryan looks after Cricket Connect out of New South Wales and does a lot for not just veterans cricket, but cricket in general through the brand Cricket Connect. So excellent. We might even see if we can catch up with Paul for a bit of a chat later on after his innings. But at this stage, we're hoping that he'll stay at the centre and compile a lot more runs for the Australian over 55's team. As we see the ball there hit on the up by Drain out to short cover and no run. The Drain is currently sitting on 4 and did this in the last game against the over 50s Aboriginal team. Took a while to get going, but once he got going, I think he scored his 100 off just 120 deliveries, and another lovely drive down to mid-off for a single. But watching him bat in that last game, he was very strong off his legs, and not a lot of balls hit in the air, you'll note. So he looks to hit the ball along the ground, obviously reducing that risk of being caught. And definitely a class batsman, another class batsman in this Australian team.
100%. He's that was the inning which he played in the first game. Lovely wicket, lovely outfield. He just knows ball very well. Yeah, just again, top order batsman. Just bats time. Got 100. Don't ask for any more than that. So
Yeah, that's exactly right, Croft. The Paul Ryan now on strike, facing Scotty Mason. Ball worked out to mid-wicket and no run again.
he was very happy with the result. He played Port Adelaide.
Sorry, I had to cut you off there, Croft. We're here for the cricket, mate. Slower ball there and worked once again, well played. He sat back on it a little bit and worked down to long on for another single. And that's a completion of Scotty Mason's 4th over. Has good figures as well. No maidens, none for 11. But yes, Croft, you did touch on, obviously, the gather round, which has come to a completion in our home city. And we both know what it's like to experience that gather round. So all of those people that ventured across to Adelaide to check out some amazing footy games and some absolutely ridiculous, crazy results. Some not so good for some supporters, but there's a lot of other supporters out there that are pretty happy with some of the results.
Yeah, definitely. I think we watched every game. Over here, I think the boys love their footy. So
Yeah, there was far too much footy to be viewed because, you start at midday and you finish at 10 o'clock every night. And obviously with football comes a few beers as well, Croft. So it's apparently, yeah. But it's good that we're able to stay in contact with the AFL. And I guess, the New South Wales and Queenslanders were probably glued to the NRL games as well. So plenty of entertainment, plenty of places here in Mackay that were able to look after all of the players from all teams over the 3 wet days. But it was absolutely crazy the amount of rain that we did have. I think we had 7 mil on the second day, and then we had another 20 mil overnight on that second day, and then another 5 or 6 mil yesterday. But it's been lovely and dry since probably mid-afternoon yesterday, and we're back playing cricket. So it's absolutely fantastic to be out here on the park watching New Zealand and Australia go head-to-head in this first of what promises to be many more internationals for the over 55's age group. And this is our inaugural game here, being played on a hard wicket at McLennan Park out at Walkerston Cricket Club. We see another single down to mid-on to Paul Ryan. Goes to 43, 7 boundaries in that 43. So obviously we have a restructured format now with the draw, Croft, and we've got hopefully everyone going to play each other. And the Aussies have obviously got 1 win under their belt, and both the Kiwis and the Aboriginal team will be looking to obviously win their next 2 games to give themselves an opportunity to play in the final. But long way to go yet. But I guess Australia are probably in the box seat at this point, having won that first game quite convincingly against the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team and a fantastic net run rate. But we can see how quickly that can turn around. As we see another change of bowling now, and we've got Stephen Hewson, play number 14. And number 12, sorry. How crazy. Oh, yeah. And the ball falls just short there at a deep gully. You obviously got to play against the Kiwis in that practice game earlier in the week. How did you find their bowling and obviously their batting depth? You probably got an opportunity to check them out.
I went in the last over. 2 balls. Yeah. I don't really recall too much.
Can I just stop you there? You only got to face 2 balls, but were you out in 2 balls? Is that what you're saying?
I was out for 6. 2 balls. So, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult going out first ball and you've got to try and hit it over the fence. I managed it once. Second time.
But how did you obviously you sat and watched the game and obviously talking to all your teammates, what were their thoughts on their bowling and obviously you saw their batting depth. They have got guys that are still more than capable of batting down the order.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think both teams were a little bit cagey with their bowling. I don't think anyone took it more than 3 steps in that game. It seems anyway. We only used probably, I think I only bowled spin. We've got a bit of spin up our sleeves, as we know. So, yeah, I think both sides played a little bit cagey. Just a bit of a give out. We had a few people tire. But they're all very capable. One of the guys got very crisp Batted very well. Doesn't look very fit.
What a fantastic shot there by Paul Ryan. He's cleared the boundary for 6 runs backward a square. And that takes him to 49. An absolutely amazing shot. And he loves anything on his legs where he can whip it away square of the wicket. And that takes the Australian score now to 1 for 84. The run rate is 4.38. So a great shot there. Hitting into the breeze as well, so it's a fantastic hit, but cleared the boundary by quite some distance. So they continue to attack the Aussies. There's no men out on the boundary on the onside. And he's gone there again, straight over the top of the short mid-wicket for 4 runs and a magnificent 50. You may pick up the sound effects there. Magnificent support from the crowd there. And yeah, Paul Ryan, fantastic knock there. He's gone to 53 with the maximum couple of balls earlier, and now 8 fours from just 57 deliveries, and a forward defensive shot there. And hope you enjoyed our sound effects there that we brought to you. Bit of fun. I've discovered a few little tricky little buttons here that I can play some sounds.
Had plenty of time in the days off to practice all your buttons, haven't you?
Yeah, there's been a lot happening behind the scenes trying to keep this tournament going, and pretty proud of the support that we've got from the locals. As we see Paul Ryan probably mishit that a little bit out to the mid-wicket boundary, and it's pulled up just short, and they scamper through for a couple of runs. That takes him to 55 now. The net run rate now is up to 4.5 and over, so nice little push here, and we'll see that when the worm comes up. You'll see a sharp increase there. But wickets in the shed again, Croft's going to be critical for the Australians as they look to push onto that score of, that 250 to 300 mark.
Oh, 100%. Vital. Everyone bats. Oh, batting. Everyone bats. It's just whether you get the opportunity and how long that opportunity for. But I think everyone's playing for the team, so I don't think any worries going to the last few overs. And seriously having the bat and see if they can get it. I don't think anyone's too worried about that. So lots of very capable players to do that. And another great shot, 4 runs, Ronnie Ryan.
Yeah, he definitely likes anything short on the leg side, and it's going to be extremely difficult here for the Kiwis to retain and restrict Paul Ryan's wheelhouse shots, which are obviously anything short on that leg side. He's very punishing and quite strong, hitting the ball from anywhere behind backward square right through to that mid-wicket and long on area. So it's going to be extremely important for the bowlers to try and bowl one side of the stumps and obviously keep that ball up to him, Croft.
Exactly. Putting the ball under pressure. It's hard for a bowler. Himself, just a batter, don't bowl at all. Well, yeah, definitely. If you put pressure on the bowler, it's hard for him to hit his length. He knows he can't make a mistake. Punishing him. So yeah, it's really, really good batting.
I'm sure I called you an all-rounder before.
It was I. Is he? Wasn't 100%, was he?
Was he? Is he? That's close there, and the umpire is unmoved. Obviously, can't tell from the camera angle here, but a confident appeal there by the New Zealanders and Stephen Hewson. A lot of support from behind the stumps from Wayne Robbins. Playing a miss there and taken on the body there on the thigh pad from Drain. So a little bit of a scratchy start here from Drainey. Obviously struggling with that extra bounce that the Kiwis are getting from this hard wicket, Croft.
I think I come off his box. He's got a junior box on at the moment. So went out and bought a new box on the way to early beach. Yeah, he stopped off and got a new box. I think it's a bit small. Oh well, let's see how he gets on.
Comedy relief brought to you here today by Graham Crawford. So Stephen Hewison's bowled 1.5 overs, bowling pretty good here as a fuller toss and well fielded there at short cover. Threw out the right hand and pulled in that ball there. And that was who that guy is out there. Scotty McCarty. Changed his number. He's number 28. Another single to the score. Matthew Drain moves on to 8 from 25 deliveries. So, who were the guys that missed out today in the Australian team? Obviously, there's 12 players selected. I'm not sure who those players were that were missed out. John Stevens was one of those, and Dom Crognali, vice captain. So we see the completion of a very, very tidy over there from Stephen Hewison. Now has excellent figures of 2 overs, none for 4. We're bringing you the live streaming and commentary from the McLennan Park Oval here at Walkerston. It's the home of the Walkerston Cricket Club. Done an exceptional job over the last 48 hours, mowing the oval, putting the covers out, putting the Hessians down under the covers on the run-ups. That's absolutely crazy. I've played cricket and been a curator for about 20 years, and I've never seen that done before. So for all of those cricket clubs out there that have hard wickets, consider that if there's weather around, because if you can cover your hard wicket, there's no reason why you can't still get a game in if the sun comes out.
Yeah, it's very dry. The run-ups, they went back a long way. Someone running from there, they'd be quick. No, very, very good condition.
So we see another change of bowler here, and we see Chris Jeffries coming in from the Walkerston town end. First ball he starts with a wide short outside the off stump. And there's a short ball again, and Matthew Drain rocks back onto the back foot and smacks it away for 6 over mid-wicket. And that brings up the 100 for the Australians, now 1 for 102. And as we noted from that first game, Croft, Matthew Drain very strong also. Anything short or on his legs, he'll whip away to the boundary, and that time he got under it and raised it over the boundary for a maximum. A brilliant shot and a perfect way to get his innings going, I think.
100%. That was anything loose he latches onto. We know how he plays this game. He kicks in, when he gets single, puts in, he gets big scores. That's what we want. That's true. There it is again. Just put it very strong. Nothing at all in the air.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Matthew. So we see the left-hander, Paul Ryan, now on strike, who's very quickly raced to 59 from just 62 deliveries. A lot of field changes being rung now. Have 4 on the boundary. And that's worked down fine to fine leg, and they'll push hard here for 2. As we see Johan pick the ball up and return to the keeper. And an easy 2 there for Paul Ryan. Takes him to 61. So nice little work off the legs there. Chris Jeffries just straying there a little bit on the leg side. And another single work just in front of square leg. So good rotation of the strike here by the Australians, keeping that scoreboard ticking along. Waiting for those loose balls and punishing them to the boundary, and then making sure that they pick up those quick singles either side of the wicket. Quite a defensive field that was set for Paul Ryan. So plenty of singles will be on offering for him now. A little bit more attacking field we've got for Matthew Drain. We've got a short third man, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, back on the 30-metre mark. And we've got two men on the deep onside mid-wicket boundary. And there's that ball on his legs again. He works it out to one of those men at deep mid-wicket. We also have a deep square leg and a short backward square. So Matthew now's got his innings going. His strike rate now is up to 57. It was around the 30s. So he's 16 now from 28 deliveries. So a good partnership happening here, Croft.
Oh, it's very good cricket being played right now. Just working the gap. New Zealand's on a bit of a twisted stick at the moment. You have to take wickets. Two or three wickets down, we go a bit short. So only way of stopping the run rate, in my view, is to take wickets. So a little bit go too defensive. Doesn't always work that way because it makes 5, 6 over very comfortable when the wickets, let's say, in the shed. Batsmen get 60 or 70. 100. They want 100. They're playing international game for the first time at 55's, like you said. They want 100.
See that ball, just an attempted forward defensive shot. I think it caught Drain on the pads there. But Croft, we've got another one of our good mates listening in. Anton Ballum says hello, and he wants to know if we can organise a translator so we can understand what you're actually saying. So here's your opportunity to give one of your mates a shout out back in Adelaide.
Dr. Red Bull.
There's only one way to describe Anton, but I'm sure he had a great weekend over the gather round as we see the ball hit down to long off by Drain for another single. Once again along the carpet, as we know Matthew does. But if you wanted to engage, if you're watching, I think we've got about 30 people watching the game at the moment. If you want to shout out, enter some comments into the YouTube channel, and either Croft or I will attempt to answer some questions. There won't be any promises, but if you want to ask a question about what the guys have been up to or what the facilities are like, we might even just go through what that game structure is going to look like maybe at the end of this over.
Yeah, well, with Anton, he can assist as well because Drainey's moved to the Grange, as we all know, and he's going to play next year in over 50. And he said he was going to go to Grange, but apparently someone talked him into go to Easy. I'm not too sure what it's about, but bad luck. That's it, really.
I love the banter that exists in the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association. It's a very vibrant community. We're all good mates, and I guess it depends on who's got the unlimited cash resources to be able to afford all those players that are playing at easy. I know there's a few Explorer caravans that have been donated to some of the players. So big shout out to Dave Benson at Explorer Caravans. Does a wonderful job keeping the Easies Cricket Club going, but also a great supporter of South Australian veterans cricket and sport in general in South Australia. So if you're looking for a caravan and you're in the market, get into Explorer Caravans, Main North Road at Prospect. I think that's where they are now. I know they've moved. Yeah, sorry, what did I say? Main North Grand Junction Road. That's right. They were in Prospect Road, weren't they? 345 Prospect Road, I remember. That was the ad, but they have now moved to Grand Junction Road, just round the corner. Brand new state-of-the-art showroom, and I haven't been there yet. I'm waiting for the invitation from Benno, and I believe he's got a big 60th birthday party coming up in April, later this month, and looking forward to getting along there and obviously having a bit of a celebration for the great man.
Oh, 100% top. Yeah, his 60 is pretty big, I should imagine. He doesn't do anything by halves. Great bloke. Excellent. So caravans.
We see another bowling change here. We've got Craig Gibb bowling, first delivery. I'll tell you a little story about Dave Benson and his, the people that he's actually invited to his birthday party. I'm not sure if it was a mistake, but I don't think he was aware. He sent an invite out to every single one of his Facebook friends, and I think he's got like 5. He might even have a couple of thousand people. So I believe there could be about 400 or 500 people going, but he didn't realise when he sent out the invitations that he sent it out to so many people. So it's backfired a little bit on him, but it's going to be a fabulous night. I'm not even sure of the venue. I know it's up in the hills at Blackwood somewhere, probably. Oh, I don't know where. He'll remind us. He'll probably be listening now anyway. If you're doing nothing, I'm sure Benno will allow you to come and drink his grog and eat his food. Don't need to bring him a present. And there he goes. Paul Ryan to backward square. They've got a man back on the boundary there. That takes 63 and the score 1 for 110. So the Aussies moving on now. The net run rate is up to 4.65. But yeah, look, Dave Benson's a great supporter of veterans cricket and sport in general, as I said, in South Australia. And I'm sure it's going to be a great night for his 60th. So looking forward to sharing that with you, Benno. So we might just thank Crawford before he goes. One last word. But Graham Crawford, thank you so much for joining us here in the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure, and hope we've kept you entertained with the English dulcet tones from Graham Crawford. But all the best for the rest of the day, mate.
Thank you very much. Good luck to work you're doing on Facebook and support for the 50s, 55s, everything around there. We're all behind you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks very much, Graham Crawford from the Australian over 55s. Joined us here in the commentary box, so we'll let him get back and obviously start to prepare himself, and hopefully we'll see him have a hit later in the innings when the Aussies look to obviously go big in those final overs. So we see a change of gloves from Paul Ryan, who currently sits at 63, 69 deliveries, and Matthew Drain, who's now moving along nicely, 18 from 36 deliveries with a 6 to his name. You see Stephen Hewison bowling again and work to mid-wicket, and well fielded there by Chris Jeffries at mid-wicket, and they get through quite comfortably in the end for a single. I see there's a question there from Bill Newham asking about Dom Crognali. He's not injured, he's just on rotation. Back, obviously, for the next few games. Not sure how the selection policy or the teams were worked on, but I'm sure that there is method in their madness and how they selected today's team. Houston again, Drain, who hits the ball to short cover, and once again well stopped and well fielded there by Chris Jeffries, getting down low, keeping the scoring 0. Cut shot there, hit into the gap and well fielded there. Picked up by Craig Gibb. Paul Ryan was backing up exceptionally well, and he gets through for an easy single in the end. The throw just going wide of Robbins at the stumps. So right-hander back on strike. We see the field changing over for, the left-hander on strike in Paul Ryan. Obviously a backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. And short mid-wicket for the onside field as we see the ball worked out to short cover for no run. See a mid-off, short cover, forward point, and a short third man for the offside. So quite attacking offside field, and obviously a very defensive onside field. See another over completed there by Stephen Hewson. Has excellent figures now of 4 overs, none for 7. So doing a really good job here for the Kiwis at the moment, containing the Aussies. They just need to find someone to do the job at the other end, which Craig Gibb is looking to take on that responsibility, the Kiwis. That's worked down to fine leg. They'll push for 2 here, and they'll do it quite comfortably, I think. Matthew Drain gets back for that second run. So once again, straying onto the legs of Matthew Drain is a no-no. He'll pick up runs at will through that onside field. So they'll need to really look to get outside that off stump to him. He's gone again off his legs to deep mid-wicket. They walk through for quite an easy single there in the end. One for 115. This partnership is going along nicely now, and I think they're about 55 runs. They've got their 50 partnership. Just what the Australian team needs. Wide ball down the leg side again, and well taken there by Wayne Robbins. Another wide. And that's a full toss, hit straight down the ground by Paul Ryan. The long on for another easy single. Now moves to 65. Score is 117. Run rate now up above 4.5 at 4.59. I'd expect to see an acceleration here now from the Australians. That's another ball down to mid-on for another single. A nice cooling breeze here today. And that's a great shot there by Paul Ryan. He's lifted it up over the boundary out onto the bike track for another maximum. And another 6 to Ryan, now taking him into the 70s. 71. So he's well on the way. Won't give him the commentator's curse, but he's well on the way to moving to those triple figures. He keeps his head, keeps his cool, and waits for his ball. See another single there, an easy single push back down the ground. Good batting here by the Australians. And that's the end of Gibbs' over. An expensive one there. He now has 2 overs, none for 15. Paul Ryan on 72. Matthew Drain is now on 23. Forward defensive shot there from Paul Ryan. So as I said, previous over, quite attacking on side field, looking to reduce the singles, and then obviously looking to protect the boundary on the onside. Quick single there by Paul Ryan, very comfortably. Steve Houston doing a great job here for the Kiwis as we see the ball hit into the cover field. Up by Chris Jeffries, but an easy single once again. So the Aussies will obviously be looking to try and score a run every ball here from now on, and then wait for that bad ball that does come along and look to hit that for a boundary. Paul Ryan has been doing that very well in his innings so far. There's that short ball out to forward square and very well fielded there by Scotty Pender, a live wire in the team. He batted exceptionally well in the practice game against the Australians, and comments were made that he didn't look like he was 50, and I'd have to agree. Forward defensive shot again there from Paul Ryan. A very impressive bowling here from Hewison, as we see a fielding change here made by McCarty, and he pushes the long off back on the boundary. That's worked around the corner, but no run there. Completion of a very tidy over there from Hewson, who now has none for 9 off his 5 overs. So 27 overs completed, another 18 overs to go for the Australians. So they'd be looking to really accelerate now with 9 wickets in the shed. Expect them to be, these two to really go on the attack. I think you'll see Paul Ryan anchor the innings. Ball directly back to Gibb. A bit of a little fumble, but no run. We see Drain come down the wicket quite aggressively, and a little bit of a misfield, but a great job there by Scott McCarty. Probably save 4 there, and they get another single to the score. Drain goes to 25 and one for 128. Cut shot just backward a point for an easy single into the gap. Aussies continuing to look to get at least 1 run off balls, punish the boundaries. So they'd be looking for a score of upwards of 250 to 270 from here. As Graham Crawford said earlier, those last 5 overs, you can see anything happen. So pressure right on the Kiwis here. Look to come towards the end of the 28th over. Drain on strike, hits the ball down to long on. Fantastic shot and well-timed delivery. It got down there to fielder down there on the boundary. I think that's Chris Jeffries down there, and another easy single to the Australians. Last ball of the Gibb over, and another single down the ground. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day here. That's completion of the 28th over. Australia 1 for 131. Better hope so, hey. Welcome back after the drinks break. Stephen Hewson resuming from the creek end. Right arm over to Paul Ryan, who's on 81. Another ball eased to mid-off for another easy single. Joined once again in the commentary box by John Stevens. And Steve-O was talking to us about Cootamundra and the Don Bradman letter that the young kids play for between Christmas and New Year, I guess. What an amazing opportunity is for those people. And we talked about the Captain's Walk and the original Bradman cottage that still exists. Cootamundra, as we see Matthew Drain copy, paste, repeat. Easy singles for both players here with a defensive field set by Scott McCarty, both long on and long off, back on the boundary. We see mid-off come into the ring, the extra man on the onside for when Ryan's batting. Another single out to backward point. Takes the score 141. So, Steve, you said that there was a couple of grounds in Cootamundra and one of them was the Bradman Oval, but not what you would expect.
Yeah, it's an artificial ground. It's got a massive set of stumps and everything. The main ground is Albert Park. It's I think it's be 160 years old. Beautiful turf, cricket only wicket, picket fence, trees. Really, really.
Wonderful stuff. So I'll put that on my bucket list to get to Cootamundra. I've driven past the sign before on the Hume Highway and stopped and taken a photo and asked people to make a connection between cricket and Cootamundra, and people were made aware as we see the ball hit out to the man on the boundary, straight through the hands of Chris Jeffries. And I think the ball has gone for 4, and it's taken off his right ear as it went through his hands. So a life there for Paul Ryan at 83, so dropped at square leg. Came quite hard to Jeffries, but it broke through his hands. And he's gone again, and that's cleared the boundary this time for 6. So Paul Ryan very quickly moves into the 90s. So the intent there is quite clear from the Australians now since the drinks break, with 9 wickets in hand and a very expensive over there for Hewson, who goes the completion hit his 7th over. He has none for 28 now. And we have Paul Ryan on 93 from just 91 deliveries. And Matthew Drain sitting on 30 off 56. We have Craig Gibb resuming again from the city end. And down the leg side, and a great piece of work there by keeper Robbins. But another wide and another run to the score and another extra to the Australian score. And another wide. Another great piece of work there by keeper Robbins. And see another single there taken down to mid-on. So, Steve, you were telling us a little bit about the ground, and at the main oval, it's obviously a cricket-only ground with a picket fence and tree-lined and over 150 years old. It must be a very special place for cricketers to play games of cricket on.
Yeah, particularly obviously for Cootamundra. It's a proud club, and over the years we've held local. There's a local competition, Farrell Cup, 55 unlimited overs challenge, and one stage there, I think 23 challenges in a row, which were beating Alburys and Woggers. For a small country town, it was quite spectacular. We've had probably 7 or 8 New South Wales country cricketers over the years. Our very first over 50 side, I think we had 7 capped players in it, and it was like a who's who of the last 20 years of cricket. Great.
So besides Bradman, who obviously has put Cootamundra on the map, have there been any first class or other Test cricketers come out of Cootamundra?
Obviously some really good country in New South Wales, but probably Graham Smith played for St George. Actually played with Paul Ryan here. They were club mates, and I think he one of those crickets come wrong area. He was up against Stephen Mark Moore in the all-rounder class. So I think he played 4 games for New South Wales, now matching all 4. And no, he was a local legend. And Greg Bennett is cap number 1 Australian countryside. Was first captain of Australian country from Cootamundra.
Very good, and we see the completion of the over, and there are a lot of very, very good cricketers that didn't get to represent the country because of the war boys, Mark and Steve. And I'm not talking just New South Wales, I'm talking other cricketers from all around Australia. It was a very dominant middle order for the Australian team there for a long time with the Wars and Bevan and co. I think you had to play for New South Wales to make the Australian team, but yeah, no, they were obviously very dominant over the years, not just for New South Wales, but also for Australia. So the end of the 32nd over, see an adjustment here of pads. Matthew Drain. Current score is 1 for 159. Run rate now is creeping up ever so close to that 5 at 4.97. 13 overs remaining. We have Paul Ryan sitting on 96 from 96 deliveries. He's hit 10 fours and 3 sixes. So dropped at 83. Let's wish Paul all the best. Might stick here with some commentary as he looks to take a quick single again. So he moves to 97. That's the 160 up for the Australian team. So Steve Hewson bowling his 7th over here. And that's an outside edge. And it's gone away to third man. I look to just take the 1 there. And a great arm. If they'd taken that second run, I don't think Drain would have made it back there. A brilliant piece of fielding there by Craig Gibb, I think. Paul Ryan, 97 deliveries. Full of ball, straight back to the bowler for no run. So, Steve, Paul Ryan must be one of your good mates. Played a bit of cricket with him, I guess, in the ACT and maybe for the New South Wales team. And he hits the ball away to fine leg. Looks like they will just take the single. We know that Gibbs got a great arm, and once again, a brilliant return back to the keeper there. So he goes to 98 and Drain back on stripe. But Paul Ryan, tell us a little bit about Rhino.
Obviously, he's actually my roommate, so he's been a really good housewife. He's turned the iron on. breakfast. Just about tucked me in every night. He's been really good. But no, he's a very serious cricketer. Like he's passionate about it. Obviously he's got his own crick info, and he just loves cricket, and he's passionate about all levels. He talks about junior cricket, about veterans, obviously, and he's across all of it. Just loves the game.
So a quick single there by Drain straight to Gibb, who's got a great arm, but a little bit of a fumble and a misfield allows Paul to get through for another single to Australia. So the score at 163. Drain will retain the strike, so Paul Ryan will remain 98 not out. So the iron goes on in the morning, and you get tucked in to bed at night. I'm a bit worried about this roommate situation that we've got happening between Steve-O and Paul Ryan, who's currently 98. Maybe you need to elaborate a little bit more about that.
Oh, I'm high maintenance. That's I think I won the hat the first 2 days, so I need all the help I can get.
I think you're also probably leading the fines within the team as well, because you've had the wrong shirts most days, and you haven't left your blazer behind yet, have you? We might just follow this commentary here and see if we can. We see Matthew Drain go straight down the ground for a magical 6. Cleared the boundary and out onto the bike track again and rolls back down into the gutter. So the intentions are quite clear here at McLennan Park at Walkerston, with the Australians on the attack as Drain goes straight down the ground, and he goes to 39 now from just 61 deliveries. And he's gone again to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. Well fielded there by Hewson. So no run. So the score 169 now. Both batsmen set and definitely on the attack here from the Australians. And a very quick single again by Drain. So the 170 up now for Australia. Run rate now up above 5 and over. So the Aussies are in a great position here to really launch with 9 wickets in hand. Just 11 overs after this Gibb over, as we see Paul Ryan hit the ball straight back down the ground. So we see the ball hit through the offside. That takes him to 99. And a magical innings there by Paul Ryan. Raise your bat, mate. Fantastic knock. And he acknowledges someone up above. Fantastic knock, mate. Out early in game 1, nicking off. But today, he's done the job for the Australians. Anchoring the innings, but batting exceptionally well. Going to run a ball, punishing boundaries. He's hit 3 sixes, 10 fours, and 101 deliveries. Paul Ryan, take a bow, mate, as he eases the ball out to mid-wicket. Well, there you go, Steve-O. Your roomie's got a ton, mate, so it's all on you now.
Yeah, day off for me, so I'd say we'll have a good conversation. He'll sleep well.
Very good. So conservative words there from Steve-O after dobbing Paul Ryan in for turning the iron on and tucking him in at night. It's been a great knock here by Paul Ryan, and obviously one of the leading run scorers in the Nationals at Newcastle. And clearly looking for a big boundary again, but clearly a great selection here by the selectors and getting Paul into the over 55's. Class batsman and doing a magnificent job, not just for his team, but his country. And he can now put a little tick beside his name as scoring a century for the Australian over 55. So the second centurion for the week in Paul Ryan, with the other one being Matthew Drain, who's also at the crease, currently sitting on 40. So a couple of deep breaths here by Paul Ryan, looking to really get a wriggle on now. And he hits the ball down to long on for another single. So Steve-O, you received your baggy green the other night. It was a pretty special night for all of the debutants representing their country for the first time. And any tears from you with videos from family and getting that cap presented to you?
Yeah, the messages from the family was the thing you expect, and you're not quite sure how to handle that. And yeah, my wife and daughters, yeah, no, it was special and something that they'll obviously another keepsake that didn't expect to have. So yeah, we had a lot of support from home. And I put up one post, not a big poster, and I think I had 200 odd comments, friends, and it's you. Because the thing about it is you're representing your town, and but all your friends and people you play cricket with, then I think it highlights that you can go all the way through from a country level, and obviously being a country boy in New South Wales, that's the thing that I've been humbled by and appreciate the most. You're feeling, trying to feel you deserve it and earn it. That's the next thing, and hopefully what I do when I get to play.
You'd have to be pinching yourself really to say, hey, look at me, I'm an Australian cricketer and baggy green, and you got the colours and your name and number on the back of your shirt when you bring the right shirt to the game.
Yeah. I've never wore yellow before, so my colour palette's sort of struggling a little bit at the moment. I'm getting used to it.
Yeah, the Australian green and gold, mate. Well done, and congratulations to you for receiving your baggy green. As we see another ball worked out onto the onside by Paul Ryan, who moves on to 103 from just 105 deliveries, 10 fours and 3 massive sixes. Score is now 1 for 177. Australians now hovering above that 5-run mark. Be looking to push on and over the next 10 overs after this. See Drain rocking back onto the back foot and work the ball out just in front of square leg for an easy single. That's the completion of the 35th over. So 10 overs now remaining. Score for is 1 for 178. The Australians have 9 wickets in hand. We might quickly just go through the bowling card for the New Zealanders just to have a quick look at who's Scott McCarty's got up his sleeve. We've got Johan Howarth, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 30. We've got David Goldingham, who's bowled 5 overs for 15. So he's obviously going to be one that Scott will look to go to. And as I speak, he's now coming back into the attack. We've got Scott McCarty, who's bowled 5 overs for 19. Scott Mason, 5 overs for 27. And we've got Stephen Hewson, bowled his 9 overs now, so he's completed his spell. Has none for 37. Chris Jeffries bowled that just one over, 1 for 12. And Craig Gibb, 6 overs for 38. So Goldingham back into the strike as we see Drain go bang straight over the mid-wicket boundary and clears the boundary for 6. So straying onto his legs again. You can't bowl there, Goldingham. Matthew Drain has raced to 48. And he's now hit 3 sixes as well. So taking the aerial approach here today with a slow outfield. He hasn't hit a boundary yet. So he's been obviously compiling his runs, but also looking to attack and clear the rope here. So we have a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long on and long off, and a deep cover. And that short outside the off stump eased down to short third man for no run. So 1 for 184 as we go into the last 10 overs. So the Aussies would be looking at going at 10 and over from here to push up above that 250. As we see another single, and well fielded out there by Scotty Pender, but they get through quite easily. So a couple of field changes here. Got Mackay barking the orders to get his men in the right positions here. We've got a backward square on the boundary, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, long off, deep cover, and a mid-wicket cover, short third man and short fine leg. And Paul, obviously on his legs, looking to clear that boundary on the onside and put more runs out onto that bike track. What do you think the score is achievable here, Steve-O?
Well, obviously, we'd like to go that 10 and over, another 100. So what's that, 280? And it's the outfield's way in really good condition. They did a great job mowing it down, sped up. The wind's blowing now, drying out, and the Astro surf is actually quite exceptional. It's playing a lot like a turf deck. You've got to score the runs, sure.
As we see Rhino pull the ball down to backward square for another boundary. So another good over here to the Australians. A move to 189 for the loss of just 1 wicket. So 9 wickets in the shed. Steve-O, do you think the hierarchy here and Richard Saniger may look to change the batting order up and maybe put in some pinch hitters as we move into the last 10 overs? What are your thoughts and what are the plans from the Aussies?
Well, the bowling cartel don't get involved in that, but I'd suggest that no, we'll stick with what we've got. We've got the next 2 guys go well anyway. We're very lucky that everyone can bat. They'll bat at good speed. They'll bat the conditions. We might see Gricey come in as a cameo at the end. In our trial game, we had a bat against him. And, yeah, he's a very good goal.
Yeah, we saw him go big in that practice game, which was out here earlier in the tournament, and yeah, he destroyed the Kiwi attack when he came out and cleared the boundary on a number of occasions. So looking forward to seeing Neil Grice out here, and as everyone keeps telling me, the Australian batting that is quite remarkable. We see the ball worked around to backward square by Drain for a quick single. And that's his 50. Well done to Matthew Drain. So we hear the applause from the boys, and Matthew Drain, 50 runs from 70 deliveries. No boundaries, but 3 maximum, Steve-O.
Yeah, his innings is a bit different to his first one. I think we're going to see it accelerate. Yeah, he definitely showed a lot more intent. Hopefully another 5 overs will be a lot further ahead.
Yeah, I think we'll see Drainey look to punish any balls now and look to clear the boundary with 4s and 6s. As we see Paul Ryan hit the ball out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it beats the fielder there as Craig Gibb comes around, and his attempt to stop that ball failed, but a fantastic shot there by Paul Ryan. He now goes to 111. Lord Nelson, feet off the ground for all of those pommies. I'm sure Croft's standing on 1 foot maybe. And another great shot straight down the ground to long off, just for a single. So they ease through for that quick single. Takes the score to 195. So not far now for the 200 to come up for the Australians, having lost just the 1 wicket early on in Jed Mensforth, who batted exceptionally well and got the guys off to a great start, making 20. A play and a miss by Drain outside the off stump, probably one that he missed there. Gone down behind the keeper, and it's racing away to the boundary. I think it's going to pull up just inside. So they get back for the late cut there. Got back to 2. Drain moving to 52 now. Great partnership here by both Drain and Ryan. They came together on with the score on 60. So the ball's hit to mid-wicket. So that's the completion of the 37th over. Chris Jeffries now bowled 2 overs for 20. They came together with the score at 60, and the score is now 197. So they're coming up to their 140. So a great partnership by the two, Steve-O.
Yeah, obviously Paul didn't get a chance on the first day. Drain batted through the innings, and it's partnerships. I mean, partnerships like this get you way in front. They give you that chance at the end to really cash in. So, yeah, no, they've set a great platform.
Yeah, looking forward to some fireworks now in the next few overs. So if you're watching, stay tuned. Don't run away. You're going to see some great batting by the Australian teams as they look to push on to that score above 270. And we see the ball worked out to deep point. Fleming runs around and keeps the scoring to just 1. Return back into the keeper. Having a quick look at a message that I've received from Matthew Brown, one of the Mackay Cricket Association, and he's talking about Harrup Park. And I might read that message to everyone shortly. So some good news potentially coming out of Harrup Park as we see the ball down the leg side. Not sure whether that came off his pad or the keeper's pad, but definitely off Drains, the leg by. So one that he missed out on there. He could have cashed in and whipped that away over the backward square boundary. And Crawford had hit his box again. Apparently he's bought a new box. So must be an in-joke within the Australian team. Steve, I don't know much about that. As we see the ball out onto the bike track again. Paul Ryan, another 6. Magic shot there, Steve-O. You might be tucking him into bed tonight.
Yeah. No, he'll be. I reckon he'll have plenty of energy, plenty to talk about. But the box story is pretty good. It may have been a broken box in the first game, so Chuck went and bought a new box. The boys thought just for a little bit of entertainment, it might be worth it swapped it out for a youth box.
So he got a youth box, did he? So it's a little bit small, or is it still too big?
Well, it got funny because he must have tried it overnight or something. He couldn't quite work what happened, so he went and bought another box the next day. So we ended up with 2 brand new ones.
Crawford, always a practical joker in the team, and good to have him in the team. And that's down the leg side, and this time he doesn't miss out, Matthew the Drain. That's his first boundary of the day, as it's worked down to deep fine leg, and he races to 56, and the score rocketing along now. The Aussies are 1 for 210, up to 5.5 runs and over now. I can see a big score coming up now for the Aussies, well in excess of 270, I think, Steve-O. They're right on target here to push up above that.
Yeah, 280 is what we're talking about minutes ago. All of a sudden, 300 might even be great. Oh, yeah.
And there goes, bang, and that's gone over the bike track. It's going down the main street here at Walkerston. And we'll have to get someone on a bike to bring that back to us because that's a massive hit there by Drainey. He's gone to 62 now from just 76 deliveries and 4 big sixes, and that's the biggest one of the lot, I think, Steve-O.
Yeah, definitely. It's open shoulders up now and just control. It's just not slogging. These are controlled shots. That's the impressive part.
Yeah, he's looking the goods, that's for sure, Matthew Drain. And the Kiwis will be a little bit down at the moment. They'll need to pick themselves up. We'll have to see Scott McCarty really rally the troops here in the next 7 overs to try and restrict the Aussies to under that 250 mark, but that's going to be difficult now for the Kiwis with 9 wickets in hand, two batsmen set, 1 on 120 in Paul Ryan, 12 fours and 4 sixes. And Matthew Drain now really getting going, 62 from 76. So fantastic batting here from the 2 Australians out in the middle here. at McLennan Park in Walkerston, and he goes bang again to deep mid-wicket boundary, and the fielder was just 5 metres away from the boundary and had no chance of stopping that boundary. So another great shot by Paul Ryan. Scott McCarty's now barking some orders and looking to get another man out here on the onside boundary. We've got a long on. We've got a fairly straight mid-wicket. We've got a deep mid-wicket. We now have a backward square, so looking to plug all the gaps here, but obviously hitting with the wind. It's going to be difficult for the Kiwis to stop this onslaught by the Australians. He's looked to go again, but unfortunately ricocheted off the pads there. So Steve-O's score now 1 for 220. Australia really looking to power home now.
Yeah, as you said, the small ground on the side. To be honest, I think he's going to go behind him a bit. No, on the other way.
Gone straight down the ground. A little bit squarer. They're coming back for 2, and it's great running by Matthew Drain to come back for 2. So lots of gaps now on that onside. So it's going to be difficult here for Chris Jeffries to. You can't afford to stray on the legs because the boys will just pick him up and hit him over the top of the boundary. But he's got big gaps on that offside. And as you can see, an easy single there now for the Australians. Great batting there. We've got 2 balls remaining now. Right-hander now back on strike. Scott McCarty making some fielding changes here. Looking to have 2 back on the onside boundary at deep square leg and a mid-wicket. Long on, long off, and a deep cover. Had a short cover and a short mid-wicket and a backward point and a gully. And they're about the easy single there for Drain. Just works down to the onside. Basically, doing it wrong now, the Australians. The run rate now, Steve-O's now up to 5.7, so won't be long before we see it up above 6. So that's a great way to finish this innings. That's short, and that's gone bang, bang, bang. She's not coming back, that ball. She's gone over the right track again. And he's just helped it on the way, and the breeze has picked it up, and it's now bouncing just past the school and gone past the bakery down the main street, past the pub and down into the second pub, and we'll probably have a quick break while we wait for that ball to come back. So we have Johan Howarth here, halfway through his 7th over. Paul Ryan just works that ball out to deep mid-wicket. Unsure if our sound is actually working. I believe you're hearing our celebrations of the partnerships and 50s and centuries. But anyway, we'll continue and power on here. And you know, it was working earlier, so I don't know what's happened here. But anyway, we'll keep going. See the ball worked out by Drain. One for 266 here at Clennon Park. See Johan, and he goes big bang down the ground from Paul Ryan for another 6. And that's 146 currently, Paul Ryan, off 125 with 6 sixes and 13 fours. Steve-O, 2 overs to go. Currently the score is 1 for 272. It's going to be a big ask now to get to 300, but it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the commentary box. And for those that have tuned in, I hope that you can hear us here in the commentary box. Too many buttons for my brain to work, but I believe we're back live.
Yeah, big ask for 300 now, but we were talking 280. We would have been happy and comfortably get that. And to be honest, the way they're picking the ball up is still.
Yeah, and it's in the wheelhouse now for Matthew Drain, hitting with the wind. He's got long on. Got a deep mid-wicket, deep forward square leg, deep backward square leg, long off, short third man, a point cover, and a mid-wicket just on the 30-metre ring. Scotty Mason into Drainey. He goes bang down the ground, straight to the fielder. It'll just be 1 run down there. So he now goes to 94. So a couple of milestones here for each batsman. One chasing 150. Drain chasing his 2nd century of the competition. And the Australian team looking to push on towards that 300 mark. So fingers crossed, let's see that the Australians can achieve all 3. We see Scotty Mason in, Paul Ryan, and a late cut there, pulled up in the grass, so it'll only be a single for Paul. Takes him to 147. Score to 276. Drain on strike. Here's one for you, Steve-O. Do you think that we can see Matthew Drain bring up his century with a 6? Let's see.
Yeah, it's a half a chance.
He's gone down the ground and he's brought up his century with a big Tommy 6. Matthew Drain, raise your bat, son. 2nd century of the tournament. Hugs from both batsmen. And we'll go to the special effects here. Fantastic knock there by Matthew Drain. And that brings up his 100. So he moves to an even 100 from just 94 deliveries. So his strike rate now is up above 100 as well. These guys are absolutely powering on here. You know, Paul Ryan on 147 and Drainey's jammed that out. So well bowled there by Scotty Mason. Been a fantastic knock. Quite slow early, Matthew Drain, but he's really come with a flurry in that second part of the innings, having hit 7 sixes. And boo, the commentator. Single out to mid-off. So 283. See Paul Ryan now back on strike, sitting on 147. So I'd say, Steve-O, the 300 is probably now out of the question. But let's see if we can get Paul Ryan across the line, get him his 150.
Oh, edge there. Kiwis have been pretty clever though. What they've done, they've got a left-arm bowler bowling from that end. It's really made it a little bit harder to get use the wind across here. He bowled pretty smart, so they couldn't have done much more to slow us up. They have done a pretty good job there.
So I see a bye there. The last ball of Scotty Mason's over. Now bowled 8 overs and has none for 60. We have the last over now being bowled by Johan Howarth. Has 7 overs, none for 49. The only wicket taker is Dave Goldingham, who's bowled 7 overs and has, he has one maiden for 44. But we have the captain, Scotty McCarty, who's only bowled 4 overs. He's the sole wicket taker, 1 for 19. So we have Paul Ryan on strike, sitting on 147. And he's hitting into his wheelhouse with the breeze at his back. So he's going to look to really take advantage of this over. And I would say that he'll look to try and retain most of the strike this over and look to do the damage. So first ball of the last over here he's gone bang, and that's gone up into the air. That's going to be short. And it's a great catch there. And he's thrown the ball to his mate, Goldingham. So a great job there by Fleming on the boundary as he runs round, grabs the ball and flicks it back to Goldingham, I guess, who completes the catch without going over the boundary line. So a magnificent innings comes to an end. Paul Ryan, let's stand up and applaud the great man who's made 147 from just 128 deliveries and hit 13 fours and 6 sixes. And we stand here as we watch Paul Ryan, who'd be absolutely exhausted, and held that innings together brilliantly to ensure the Aussie team have set up a massive score for the Kiwis to be chasing later this afternoon. So a duck on day one comes back with a vengeance with 147 to Paul Ryan. Magical, absolutely magical knock there. And Steve-O, you'd be pretty happy with that being his roomie.
Yeah, no, their room's going all right now, aren't we? It's good to see we've sent out a left-hander as well. So I'd say that's a good try to take advantage of the breeze. Hopefully we still might sneak a few more.
We see 5 balls remaining and Clint Keble's come to the crease. And he's a right-hander, by the way, Steve-O. Yeah, so Clint Keble, a tough ask for him to come out and be part of the last 5 balls in this innings. So very selfish by Paul Ryan getting out in the last over. But a great knock there by Paul. So here we go, Clint Keble. Let's see what he can do in this last 5 balls of the over. And he gets down the wicket and plays a great cut shot that races away to the boundary for 4. One of Clint's favourite shots is that cut and late cut shot, and absolutely plays that amazingly well and does the team thing. So takes the score to 288. 4 balls remaining, so they need 12 to get to that 300. We missed out on the 150 for Paul. We got the century for Drainey. Let's see if we can get the 300 for the Australians here, Steve-O.
Yes, I mean, it'd be a great way to finish the game, or the innings anyway. We've been balanced and everything's gone to plan. Here we go.
So Clint Keble on strike here as Johan Howarth comes in. And Clint hits the ball down to long on for just 1 run. So good thinking there by Clint to get the informed batsman back on strike in Matthew Drain, and he'll be looking to take advantage of this offside field, and he'll look to clear the boundary, I would say, over that extra cover region between long off and deep cover. There's a big gap there. It's full down the leg side. We'll see a wide there, so Howarth will need to re-bowl that delivery as we see umpire Collins stick his arms out wide. So 2 for 290, Steve-O. Probably now on target to push on to that 300 mark, I would think.
Yeah, obviously, right in the right spot. Going to go either inside out or go square.
Well bowled there by Johan. Up in the block there, full and difficult for Matthew to get under, he'll probably be feeling the pinch a little bit. He's played 2 long innings again. I know he pulled up a little bit sore after that first game, so being out there running on hard wickets is going to be tough on those old bones and muscles, so he'll be looking to put his feet up again, no doubt. So Clint Kebley, but 2 balls remaining. And it's a cut shot out to the deep cover boundary and well fielded there by Goldingham, restricting the score to just 1. So difficult now to get 300. 1 ball remaining, Steve-O. And that breeze has picked up again. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens this afternoon. Unsure of what's on the radar, but at this stage, the clouds are building up a little bit. We find that traditionally happens here in North Queensland later in the afternoon. The last ball of the innings, and Matthew Drain hits out to cover, and they get through for a single. And that's the end of the first innings for Australia. So 293 is the final figure, Steve-O. I might let you go, but it's been an absolute pleasure having you here in the commentary box today, and hope you've enjoyed your stint.
No, it's been great, actually. It's got me out of a few jobs and run drinks and gloves and stuff, but it's been great to sit here, watch every ball, and appreciate the innings that the boys have put together.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, mate. Thanks very much for joining us. So we'll get to go through the card here shortly. We've got the Australians having set the Kiwis 293, so the Kiwis will require 294 when the second innings resumes, and that will probably be in about half an hour's time. But we'll go through the scoreboard here very quickly. So the Australians won the toss, as we see Matthew Drain coming off the ground now to a standing ovation by his teammates, and I'll get to his score shortly. But the Australians won the toss way back 3 hours ago, and they elected to bat, and they'd be very happy. Richie Saniga would be very happy with the decision to take the field and put the runs on the board. So Jed Mensforth and Paul Ryan entered the crease, and Jed Mensforth was first to go after batting exceptionally well and made 20 from 39 deliveries. Paul Ryan also opened with him, and he was next to go, but it was a 200-run partnership that was put on between Paul Ryan and Matthew Drain, who basically steered the ship for the Australians. And Paul Ryan was out just recently in the last over, making 147 from just 129 deliveries with 13 fours and 6 massive sixes. Fabulous knock there by Paul Ryan. Matthew Drain batting exceptionally well, remaining 103 not out. Very slow early, but he got going by hitting sixes, and he hit 7 of those. He also hit 3 fours, and his 103 came from just 99 deliveries. So a great knock there. Clint Kebley, tough ass coming in the last over. Got first ball away to the boundary for 4. He remains 6 not out. So the Australians made 293. Bowling for New Zealand, not much to report there, obviously, but the pick of the bowlers, obviously, I guess, Scott McCarty picking up the sole wicket, bowled 4 overs, 1 for 19. Johan Howarth bowled pretty good early, had 8 overs, no maidens for 58. Dave Goldingham also bowled well, got touched up there late in that innings, but bowled really well, good lines, 1 for 44. Scotty Mason, 8 overs, none for 60. Steve Houston bowled really well, I thought, did a really good job, pace off of the ball, bowled 9 overs for 37, and Chris Jeffries, a little bit expensive there, 3 for 34, and Craig Gibb did a pretty good job there again, pace off, bowling 6 overs none for 38. So that sees the end of the first innings. Australia making 2 for 293. The stars of the show, definitely Paul Ryan, 147 from 129 deliveries, and Matthew Drain, 103 from 99. A 200-run partnership put on between the two. We'll resume play here in about 45 minutes with Australia back in the field, and we'll watch the New Zealanders, and we wish them all the best in their chasing that massive score of 294. Thanks for joining us. It's Anthony Telfer checking out here at McLennan Park, home of the Walkerston Cricket Club. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back after the lunch break.
patty.
Oh,
wow.
Slice?
No!
Hey!
Slice!
Welcome back to McLennan Park at the home of the Walkerston Cricket Club for the inaugural over 55's international game between Australia and New Zealand. About to get the New Zealand innings underway. Australia won the toss earlier today and batted first. A great decision made by Richie Saniga, captain of the Australian over 55's team, because the Australians compiled 293 runs from their allotted 45 overs, with the star of the show, Paul Ryan. He batted exceptionally well, and he partnered up with Matty Drain, who came to the crease at the fall of the first wicket when Jed Mensforth was out. And both Matthew Drain and Paul Ryan batted exceptionally well, hosting a 200-run partnership. And sitting here to experience that was an amazing, absolutely amazing opportunity. We're now going to see the Kiwis get underway, and we see the captain with the new ball, Richard Saniga. I wasn't expecting that. So the skipper's going to lead from the front. And he's going to be bowling to Craig Gibb, who will take the first ball. It wraps him on the pad and works out to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Tony Hickey. So quite an attacking field here with nearly 300 runs on the board. You'd expect that. And a cut shot races away to the boundary by Craig Gibb. Beat the man at, I would say, gully. And that was Clint Kebley. Raced away to the boundary for 4. So the Kiwis are off the mark and they're away. A large total. And they're going to have to take advantage of every bad ball here that's bowled today as they set out this quest to score nearly 301 runs to win the game. So we have a look at Richie Saniga's field here. Have 2 slips, 2 gullies, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a backward square leg. See the next delivery outside the off stump and shouldered arms by Gibb. And a forward defensive shot there and no single taken. Coming back to that amazing first innings today that we got to witness if you're just joining us. Saw Paul Ryan make 147 off 129 deliveries and Matthew Drain remain not out 103 off just 99 deliveries after a slow start. So great to see the top order of Australia firing on all cylinders today, and talking to a couple of the Kiwis at the lunch break, and they were very impressed with the striking power of the 2 batsmen there. As we see another ball wrapping Gibb on the body and rolls out towards the stumps, safely protected. So that sees the completion of the first over, and the Kiwis are none for 4. A nice solid start there. They get their innings underway. So we see the second over here for Australia be taken by Tony Hickey, who in the practice game late last week, about 3 days ago, used this win to advantage, and he'll bowl a big hooping in swinger back in to Pike, Martin Pike. takes the first ball against Tony Hickey. And then variation for Tony Hickey will be the one that he pushes straight through. He'll utilise this breeze to great advantage. We see that next delivery a wide and signalled by the umpire. So a late call there by the umpire. Caught the scorers here unguarded. So Hickey in again to Pike, who plays outside the off stump and misses and goes through to Paul Ryan. Seems to be standing a long way back. Ball around his ankle, so he may want to come up a little bit. A very attacking fields again set by Richard Saniger here at McLennan Park, the Walkerston Cricket Club. Playing musical chairs here with Mark Horswell, allowing him enough space to be able to see the umpires out on the ground, and another dot delivery there. So a very conservative start here by Martin Pike. Not looking to take any risks early against the in-swing bowling of Tony Hickey. We see the ball hit down to mid-off and well fielded there. By Richie Saniger, but it's a wide throw and it missed Paul Ryan there. Chance of a run out, but they safely got through and back for that second run after the misfield, or misthrow really. It wasn't really a misfield. The Kiwis were able to get that second run there. So that takes them on to 7 now. Loss of no wickets. Square drive there down to third man. Fielded. That sees the completion of the first over from Tony Hickey. Now has 1 over, none for 4. So the Kiwis going along nicely at the moment at 4 and over. Saw the Australians through their innings were up around that 4 runs and over mark. And then obviously really motored home in that last 15 overs with both Matthew Drain and Paul Ryan capitalising on any loose deliveries and smashing them to all parts of the oval. I think there was something like 13 sixes scored in that first innings for Australia. So a fantastic partnership between the two Australian batsmen, top order batsmen. We see Richard Saniger resuming again from the creek end, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Stephen Hewson. Huey, how are you, mate?
Good. Yeah, this is a busman's holiday, this actually. That's what I do for a living.
And how did you absolutely bowled brilliantly early on in your early part of your spell today, and obviously contained the Aussies, but they got away in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, it was that last 15, wasn't it? They put the foot down and got away with us. They batted very, very well. Rhino and Drain, they they put on a couple of hundred, they stand. So that last 15 overs was more costly than we would have hoped.
Yeah, it was indeed. As we see, Pikey hit the ball out to backward point and pick up a couple of runs there. So continuing to keep the scoreboard moving, and that's going to be an important part of this New Zealand run chase here today, as we see a big swing out there by Pikey again and cut off by John Short at points, so no run. What were the conditions like out there? Obviously, it was pretty breezy. Obviously, you were bowling out there and a play and a miss. How did you actually find it?
I found it quite good. It was a bit of a cross breeze, so that sort of helped with a bit of drift, which was good. And I think a bit of swing for some of the guys as well. So found it good. I mean, it's obviously still pretty soggy underfoot. So the outfit was a bit rough, but the pitch played really well.
Very good. I'd like to thank the Walkerston Cricket Club, and there's a big shout there for an LBW. Everyone up behind the stumps, unmoved by Colin at the creek end, and so not out was the call. So that's the end of the third over. Kiwis are now none for 10. So Huey, what part of New Zealand are you from?
Wellington.
Oh, windy Wellington. No wonder you loved it out there bowling today.
Nice warm breeze.
So I guess Wellington, you'd play a bit of cricket on turf, but I guess you'd get a lot more opportunities of playing on hard wicket with the weather conditions in Wellington throughout the season.
Well, most of the club cricket I play is all on grass, but we do have a few artificial wickets that we play on from time to time, but generally still play on turf.
And so do you play with a veterans team or a club over in New Zealand? And if you do, who is that you're currently playing cricket with? As we see Tony Hickey come in and wide outside the off stump and a swing and a miss through to keeper Ryan.
Well, I'm actually a life member of the Upper Hutt Club, which is in Wellington, but also currently playing club cricket for Hutt Districts. So Dave Goldingham and I are on the same team, club team. So club cricket at Hutt District currently. The Brutson Ravinders Club.
Ah, very good. A lot of quality cricketers coming out of the Hutt Cricket Club then.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly two here.
Nothing like having tickets on yourself. But look, it's been a fabulous week so far. Obviously, we haven't played enough cricket, Huey, but it's great to see the boys out here on the park now as we, I say that's an inside edge, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. And yes, definitely an inside edge. So that takes Gibb now on to 8 with a boundary. So there's that late swing that we see from Tony Hickey back into the batsman. That'll catch a lot of the guys out, which he's renowned for his late swing. The ball work down to fine leg. Neil Grice will trot in off the boundary line and return it back to Paul Ryan at the stumps. So before the innings got underway, Huey, what was the plan of attack from the Kiwis as far as, setting goals in obviously what is a large run chase here at McLennan Park?
Well, I think you can take your time. I mean, I don't think conditions aren't going to change too much, are they? So that we know what's going to happen. And the pitch is playing nice and truly. So you go along at a decent clip, but you go along at 6, try and get along 5, 6 and over to start with, and then you sort of reassess when you head into that last 15, see where you're at.
And obviously the key for the New Zealanders here today is to make sure that they keep wickets in the shed, to be able to have that assault later in the day, but still going at that 4 to 5 run and over mark, I guess, over the next 30 overs. And we saw that the Aussies only lost, really 1 wicket right throughout the innings, and then obviously Paul Ryan got out in that last over. So critical part of today is going to be the top order, keeping that, I guess, that middle order protected so that they can make that assault later today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got any one-day game. You've got to be.
I'll take that. We've just seen a drop catch there at forward point by, I think that was Brad Perdue. He dived vertically and got a hand to it, hit with quite some force, and so that's a chance to Gibb on 9. And we saw the Aussies play the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team first day, and they dropped 10 catches. And then they played that practice game, and that's a magnificent square cover drive, and it's going to race away to the boundary. Brad Perdue's in pursuit, but unfortunately can't get there. So another powerful shot there by Gibb, and he goes to 13. But then we saw the practice match, and the Australians held everything. There's some great catches here out the other day in that T20 where you played them.
Oh, absolutely. We heard they dropped a few against the Aboriginal side, but yeah, everything seemed to stick that practice game, didn't it? Hopefully they can go back to day 1 against the Aboriginal side today when it counts.
I'm sure they don't want a replication of what happened on day 1, but tough conditions here with the wind, obviously, but see a ball outside off stump from Richard Saniger, captain of the Australian over 55's team, taking the new ball. But we saw a lot of runs scored out on this side of the ground, to the right of our viewers' picture, of the wind blowing from left to right on this ground. Another play and a miss wide outside the off stump. Gibbsy will be disappointed missing that opportunity. Two balls remaining in Saniga's third over. And a big appeal there, and once again not out. Probably angling down the leg side maybe. Hard to tell from this angle. The ball worked out just wide of mid-on for a single. Sees the completion of Richie Saniga's third over. A couple of opportunities, LBW appeal and a drop catch at point. So Huey, what I might ask you to maybe share with the viewers a little bit about veterans cricket in New Zealand and what the structure looks like and how it actually works. I know there's some tournaments that you play throughout the season to obviously assist selectors picking touring New Zealand teams.
Yeah, we've got obviously the over 60s has been going the longest, I think, and then the over 50s started 2019, late 2019, I think. I mean, there was a team that went to the 2018 World Cup, but we had our first IPT, our first interprovincial tournament was late October 2019, and then we had a team that got picked for that in South Africa 2020. Obviously, COVID tournament, unfortunately, so I was fortunate enough to make that team. That's unfortunate that it all got chopped in half by COVID. So that's pretty much how the over 50s teams are picked out of the IPTs. And then the over 60s, obviously, they've got a couple of divisions, and we've got two divisions in the over 50s as well. Yeah, so I mean, it's certainly taken root and going really, really well in New Zealand. A lot of that obviously to Jim Morrison, who's got that up underway. So,
we see an attempted single there and a breakdown in communication by Pike and Gibby out there. Gibby got got halfway down and then had to turn around and get all the way back. So lucky that there was no run out there. See Tony Hickey, a big appeal in the previous ball for LB, but once again given not out. So the IPT tournament, how many teams participate in that, and who are those teams they're obviously where the players are coming from? Because I believe it's a little bit more regionalised. And another appeal there for LB, but a long way down the pitch is Craig Gibb. Huey?
Yeah, we've got 4 teams in each division. So you've got Auckland, you've got districts, which is made up sort of essentially of Northern Districts, the Cricket Association, and some of the top half of Central Districts. So it's extends Hamilton, Far North, New Plymouth. And then we've got the Wellington Tasman Firehawks, which I play for.
And a great shot there by Gibby out to the square leg boundary for another 4. So doing a lot of damage here at the moment is Craig Gibb. He races to 18 from just 22, and out of that 18, he's hit 4 boundaries. So the intent is quite clear with what Craig Gibb is looking to do here, and obviously continue to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And I'll come back to you again, Huey, a bit more about the IPT.
Yeah, so we've got the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. So that includes sort of Wellington, the Wairarapa, and then the top part of the South Island. Then Canterbury includes Christchurch and Dunedin, at least the four regional teams that make up that competition.
And I've been watching it with a lot of interest, and a lot of fantastic people playing in that tournament. Unfortunately, a lot of them aren't here for this week's tournament, but a lot of depth in that tournament and some quality cricketers. I know a lot have been playing for in the World Cup team for New Zealand over the years, and we've got the likes of Adrian Dale and Richard Petrie, probably top of the tree as far as players are concerned. But there's a lot of depth and a lot of quality cricketers in New Zealand. Saw them at the Spirit of Cricket Festival in Mildura competing in that first week against the Aussies, and a few stayed over that T20 tournament. Who won the competition this year?
That would be the Wellington Tasman Firehawks.
So you are champions.
Yeah, we are. That's defended the title. We've won the title 3 times.
As we see the ball played finally down to fine leg. Fantastic shot there by Pikey, Martin Pike. Now currently 11 off 15. There's been 5 boundaries so far in this score of 30. So exactly what the Kiwis were looking for, but we see quite attacking fields here by the Australian team with 2 slips and 2 gullies, and that's wide outside off stump and through to the keeper. So back-to-back champions, and going to ask a question. How did you go in the back-to-back defence of the title?
Personally, might be under par a wee bit. No, it was a really good all-round team effort. Actually, that's what we've been big on the Firehawks. Yeah. We've got a few stars, like names like you mentioned, Richard Petrie, Mason Robinson. Those guys are big names in overseas cricket, and we're very fortunate to have them.
And a misfield there at mid-off. And that's raced away to the boundary. Misfield by the skipper, not getting down behind the ball there. Obviously, we see a bowling change here at the moment. We've got Neil Grice coming in for his first over. Thought he would have been opening. The skipper decided to have a couple himself. A couple of boundaries already in this over. Lovely shot through the covers. There's a big gap there, and that races away again for 4 runs. So Martin Pike going along at a nice clip at the moment, having scored 19 from 19 balls with 3 fours. Be very impressed with this start here from the Kiwis.
Oh, absolutely. Pikey's another Firehawk rather. So he captains our B team in Division 2 of the IPT over 50s. Scott McCarty, the captain of New Zealand over 55, he captains our A side. So yeah, we've got a Firehawk representation in this lineup. We've also done pretty well. We've got a lot of young guys coming through, 49, 50-year-olds. People like myself about to move out because I go into the over 60s next year. So there's a really good pathway for people, and they're really looking into it and enjoying it.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about veterans cricket. It's a pathway for life now with now the introduction of over 40s, over 50s, over 55s here this week for the first time on an international stage, and then you go over 60s and then over 70s. I even heard through the last couple of weeks that they're looking to get an over 80s competition together. So watch this space. We've still got another 20 odd years of cricket in front of us.
Hopefully, absolutely, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yes, no, it definitely would, and it's fantastic for all of us men who are, love this great game and, can retire or still play club cricket, but then still play really good high-level international cricket. As we see a fantastic take taken there by Paul Ryan as he's now up the stumps to Tony Hickey, and wouldn't be surprised if we see potentially an attempted leg side stumping here, knowing that Tony does look to bowl the ball down the leg side. A good take there by Paul Ryan up onto the stumps. A lot of chat out in the field by the Aussies. They're up and about. Realise they have the challenge in front of them, and that's been whipped away. Fantastic shot over the square leg umpire for 4 runs. Craig Gibb is batting exceptionally well here at the moment. He's 22 from just 24 deliveries, and he's hit 5 fours. So an attacking start here. And the current run rate is currently sitting at just under 6 and over, so 5.84 at the moment. So well on target here, and obviously the critical part of this innings is going to be wickets in the shed. We see the ball just deflecting off the pads there. It's a square leg for a leg bye. Or, no, it's actually come off the bat. A mistimed shot there out for short cover. Huey, did you end up getting to Sri Lanka?
No. Didn't make that team, but I didn't get to Sri Lanka. Yeah, tough gig that one, wasn't it? The grey caps for me, but disappointed on how that went. But yeah, we've got a lot of new guys coming through, and there's quite a few young guys that made that team. So yeah.
Yeah, the Sri Lankan tour was pretty tough for everybody. Very humid conditions and quite hot. Mid 30s, but with 100% humidity. And I know a lot of the boys at the end of every day were looking for that rehab in the pool, and obviously rehydration was a very important part of continuing to play right through that tournament. A lot of guys going down with cramp during the games. But here we are in North Queensland, and it's still humid, but it's not as bad as Sri Lanka. And that breeze, lucky that breeze is here, otherwise it would be stifling hot. A lot of moisture in the soil here, and as that sun turns that off and the wind drops, it will become quite tough. But I believe the conditions are going to stay the same for the remainder of the tournament. See a play and a miss outside off stump there by Martin Pike. So what number are you batting at, Huey?
I'm on 8, so I think we keep pretty much the same order as we in the practice game.
Neil Grice in, playing a miss outside the off stump. So that breeze will be helping Neil Grice with his outswing. And a tall man is Neil Grice, or Grum as he's known to his mates. Get a lot of bounce off this hard wicket as well. And we see a lovely cover drive just in front of point, and it races out towards the boundary. And a misfield there, unfortunately. He tried to put the size 15 boot out by Brad Perdue, but couldn't quite reel it in. So 4 runs there to Craig Gibb, his 5th of the innings, takes him to 23. Current score none for 48. Just doing a bit of a catch-up here with NV play at the moment as we see the ball hit out towards backward square, and a diving attempt out there by Tony Hickey. Looks like he reeled it in and returns the ball back into Paul Ryan. Great bit of fielding there. Very athletic Tony Hickey. Grice is a little bit all over the place at the moment. Either too full or too wide of the stumps. So see if he can finish off his over here. Side the off stump through to the keeper. We'll take a quick break here. Check out what the score is. Come back and give you an update. After a short break, current score is none for 51. Craig Gibb on 29 from 33 and Martin Pike 20 off 23. So change up here. Craig Gislingham into the attack. Bowled 3 deliveries. Had a great game against the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team, taking 4 wickets. Throws that up and he's gone bang for 6. To Brad Perdue down on the boundary, diving horizontal, but got nowhere near the ball, so I don't know why he did that. But 6 runs there to Craig Gibb. Brad was unlucky, or probably lucky that he didn't injure himself in that dive, because he hit quite hard with his right knee. So Gislingham outside off stump and played away to the boundary. A lovely cut shot. Races away to the third man boundary for 4. So an expensive start to the over here from Giz. Second boundary. Oh, didn't go to the boundary. Must have pulled up just inside. So good chase down there by Clint Keble, but slow outfield down there. And an appeal from keeper and bowler, but not out. Disappointment there shown by Ryan. Anyway, that's the completion of Craig Gislingham's first over. 1 for 9, and we can see the worm comparison. You can see that the Kiwis are well above where the Australians were at the same stage. So a fantastic start here by the Kiwis in this chase of just under 300. So none for 59 at the completion of the 10th over. So they're going at 6 and over at the moment. So an excellent start here by the New Zealanders and the 2 opening batsmen, Gibb and Pike. See another change of bowlers. So Neil Grice has been relieved at the creek end, and he's going to be replaced by John Short, who hails out of Townsville in Queensland. So he'd be used to these conditions. Windy, humid. So his field, a flip, short third man point, extra cover, short cover, deep cover on the boundary, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. So it's very much an offside field. So it's going to be, it's obvious he'll be looking to bowl off stump. Commences his first spell. Hit towards mid on, but well fielded with the size 12 of the boot of John Short, or Shorty as he's known to all his mates. Martin Pike on strike. Good little piece of fielding there by Graham Crawford, who finds himself at short cover. A lot of chat here by the Aussies. You can hear them potentially in the microphone. And the misfielding there again from Brad Perdue. It's very unlike him. Another ball hit out to cover boundary where it's picked up by Neil Grice, and they walk through for a single. So a good start here for John Short. Look for a single there, but nothing on offer. I think Keble comes in from short third man to keep scoring to 0. So the last ball of the over from John Short coming up. Martin Pike on strike. and not sure whether that carried or not. The way everyone's hands went in the air, it may have been put down short cover there by Graham Crawford. So an excellent over there by John Short, just 2 off and close to a wicket. So wonderful stuff there. And here's the Manhattan. They're calling for a runner here. But Craig Gibb has obviously got an injury there. So there'll be a slight delay here as we head into the 12th over. We get someone out there to pad up. May take some time because obviously the only person that's padded up is our number 3 bat. He's not going to go out there. And Scott McCarty's padded up as well, so he's definitely not going to go out as a runner. Love the banter here at the over 55s here from McLennan Park. Amongst all teams, they're all becoming good mates, and lifetime memories and friendships are going to be made from this week here in Mackay. I might just take a quick break as well, and I'll come back once we get the runner padded up and out there to support Craig Gibb as he continues on. Currently is sitting on 38. Martin Pike is 21, so Kiwis none for 61. So we see Wayne Robbins out in the middle, now taking on the running duties for Craig Gibb. Craig Gislingham resuming. Quicker delivery. That's worked out backward point. Tony Hickey comes in off the boundary line and ball back into the keeper. So we can tell Wayne Robbins has never been a runner before because he was going to stand at short cover and run from there. So it always adds a little bit of confusion, especially as we get older in age, as to how that works. See the ball punched out short cover for no run. So I see Craig Gibb stretching what appears to be a calf, is it, or is it a hammy? The calf muscle. So old man injury there for Gibby. As we see the ball work to mid-off and cut off well by Richie Saniga there at short cover and no run. So we hope Craig Gibb is okay. And a square cut there out to the point boundary by Martin Pike. Take him to 22. So we see the current run rate at 5.4. So the two bowlers, big appeal there. Not really supported by anyone else there, Giz, but great appeal, mate. Umpire says not out. Seen a slowing up now with the two bowlers in Gislingham and Short. See the ball pushed out to point. They scamper through for a single. The completion of Craig Gislingham's second over, so a lot better than his first. Just 3 runs coming from that over. The worm will come up and you'll see that the Kiwis are nearly on par with where the Australians were. They did get away to a bit of a flyer, but the Australians have brought back that run rate now back to 5.3. So both John Short and Craig Gislingham are now going to work into their spell and look to keep the scoring to a minimum, but also look to attack and take some wickets. So we still have a very attacking field here set by Richie Saniga. We have a slip, a short third man, backward point, forward point, short cover. We have a deep cover on the boundary in Neil Grice. And a mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. I see the umpires out there marking in some lines here. So it's great to see the umpires being prepared, and we have them working as a team out there. So John Short to Craig Gibb, and a play and a miss outside that off stump. And you'll see John Short bowl a quicker ball and a slower ball, and he'll throw one up that comes through really slow, and that's probably his wicket-taking ball. When we caught up with Damien Meek on day one, that he talked about that slower ball that skies up into the air. And that's skied up into the air, and that's gone straight down the ground. And I think that's a 4. Must have just landed inside the boundary, did it? I actually thought it was a 6 from here, but I got a big pole in my way, so we can't see it on our replays, but anyway, it's been signalled for. Good shot. Oh, and a fantastic effort there at first slip by Jed Mensforth, who took some fantastic catches in that practice game earlier in the tournament. Another couple there to Craig Gibb down to third man. Takes his score now to 46. He's flying along exceptionally well at 46 from just 44 deliveries, and the Kiwis are now none for 70. And another cut shot. Well fielded there by Clint Kebley at short third man. Saved potentially another boundary. The number 71. Craig Gibb now 47. Martin Pike on strike, facing John Short. The ball eased out to covers, and a size 12 boot from Purdue stops the ball, restricting the score to just 1. So if you're just joining us, we're live from McLennan Park at the Walkerston Cricket Club. I think I'd know the name of it by now, but the Walkerston Cricket Club, 15 minutes west of Mackay. And that's a completion of the John Short over. He now has the figures of 2 overs, none for 10. But we're deep in sugarcane country. So the drive out here, once you get out of suburban Mackay, I guess they're called the cane fields, sugarcane fields, and they're probably about 10 or 15 kilometres of sugarcane, and I'm sure they go for another 100 the further west we go. But talking to the local farmers here, it's been a bad season for sugarcane. A lot of rain stunted, slowed up the growth of the sugarcane. So quicker delivery there from Giz. Finds Martin Pike jamming that out for short cover and no run. Lower delivery, and that's worked well by Martin Pike down to third man, and we see Tony Hickey off the boundary line. Fields brilliantly back into Paul Ryan, the keeper. Playing a miss there. I'm not sure if there was a chance or not. So this breeze now has just dropped off a little bit here at the Walkerston Cricket Club. Missed opportunity there by Craig Gibb. Big gap out here at square leg. Seen him quite damaging, playing a number of shots out this way. Cross bat shot across the line, nearly a sweep shot, I guess. That's just gone to backward square for 1 run. 1 ball remaining in the third over for Craig Gislingham. Kiwis are none for 74. Current run rate is 5.35. So steady as she goes here from the Kiwis. Just the start they were looking for in this chase. And a lot quicker delivery there by Craig again. Gislingham, so the completion of his third over, he has none for 14. We have New Zealand none for 74. With the injured batsman Craig Gibb with a runner, sitting on 48, so he'll push on now for his 50, we will hope. Martin Pike is 24, playing more of an anchor role from just 35 deliveries. So John Short will look to continue here from the creek end here. The Walkerston Cricket Club, Lennon Park. Another shout out to Lloyd and his crew, who have worked amazingly well over the last 48 hours. They've given the oval 2 mows to get it down. Had a lot of rain here over the last month. And we say a big hit. It's going back. And Clint Kebley has, and he's fumbled and dropped it. And unfortunately, it's gone to ground. So another opportunity to take the wicket of Gibb has gone begging to the Australians. Sat up for a long time. Obviously, it was swirling around up there and got hands to it on 2 or 3 occasions, but unfortunately, as he came to ground, it spilled out. So another life there to Craig Gibb. See Martin Pike on strike now. And that delivery that I spoke about last over from John Short, where he slows it right up and you see the ball, the players playing the shot before the ball gets there, and it flies out over that third man area. Another ball hit to short cover and well fielded there by Richard Saniger, getting his body behind it. And a play and a miss. Lot quicker delivery there. John Short in. Big wind up there again from Martin Pike. Can't penetrate that close in field there that set by Richard Saniger, and does a great job stopping any chance of a run. The last delivery, it's angled down to third man and an easy single there with Wayne Robbins running currently for Craig Gibb for the completion of John Short's third over. Now has none for 12, and we'll have a quick drinks break. That's 15 overs gone. The Kiwis are none for 76. Their current run rate sitting at 5.07. We have Craig Gibb on 49, so on the verge of scoring his first international over 55's 50. So we look forward to bringing that to you after the drinks break. And he's joined at the other end by Martin Pike, who's 25 from 40. So we'll be back shortly with commentary while the players, umpires and commentators take a well-earned drinks break.
Party.
Oh,
wow.
Slice?
No!
Hey!
Slice! Almost said topping.
Oh.
I almost said topping.
Curry.
What?
Curry? Curry?
It's a really
Oh, yeah.
Harrup pineapple.
It's pretty good.
All right, crust.
Sounds amazing.
Mm.
But it's chicken pie.
Global Camel is back. Global Roto Moulding still offer our trusted rainwater tanks along with exciting new products like diesel trailers and on-site diesel tanks where quality meets innovation. Global Roto Moulding, Coolong Avenue, Irimple.
Welcome back. Welcome back. The scorers are waving at the umpires to signal the start of the 16th over. So the next block of 15 overs, and we'll see Craig Gislingham resume, and during the break, you may have seen us testing and trialling a couple of buttons here in the NV Play system, and I'd like to make a big shout out to Andrew Rumbelow, who is the brainchild of the Thinkle game. That game is being presented to the best player by the umpires at the end of every game that we play through this tournament. See Gislingham ease the ball up, and Martin Pike eases that ball backward point for a single, taking the score to none for 77. You also would have seen, so yeah, big shout out to Andrew Rumbelow, who provided those games. Cover drive there, but well fielded again by Richie Saniga. And that Thinkle game is a fantastic, fun family game of lots of laughs and a lot of entertainment. So do yourself a favour and get out to your nearest board game provider. And a quick run there. And I think he would have made it. And that's a 50 there to Craig Gibb. Wonderful batting there by Craig Gibb. Really setting the scene here for the Kiwis. 50 runs from 52 deliveries with 7 fours and 1 6. So we see the umpires come together here. I don't know what's going on here. So a little bit confused about what's happening here. So a bit of controversy there, based around that single and the run, and the bat may not have crossed the line, but anyway, umpires have made the call. He's not out, and continue on here. So great knock there by Craig Gibb so far. As we see the ball work down to fine leg and fielded by Neil Grice, who returns it back in. But a lot of work still to do here by the Kiwis, but they're definitely set out in this huge target in a very positive manner, being very well led by Craig Gibb at the moment, who's on one leg at the moment, and he works that beautifully well down to fine leg. So Craig Gibb has actually got a bit of a strain in his calf. It looks like we're going to be joined in the commentary box soon by Chris Jeffries. Good to catch up with him and find out what the boys have been doing over the last few days. Get him to join us at the end of this over from Craig Gislingham. And another single to the Kiwis. That's the completion of Craig Gislingham's 4th over, and he has none for 19 from those 4 overs. So now we're joined by Chris Jeffries. I'm just trying to instruct him how we're going to use this microphone that we've got. I'm going to stick it up his nose if he's not careful. Chris, welcome to the commentary box here. And good start by the boys out in the middle. No wickets after the first 15 overs, so that's been pretty important.
Yeah, it has been a great start. They're just going to keep going for a bit longer and just see how we go.
So I saw you out in the middle in that practice game and you had a lot of fun, looking to probably do something similar again later in the day and hopefully steer the Kiwis to a victory, which would be a very, very well-deserved victory if you can help the team do that. And that's gone straight down the ground. There's a man under it, and that's Graham Crawford, but unfortunately he's put it down again, diving forward, a difficult catch and a chance there. as he dived forward, but unfortunately couldn't hang on to it. So that's probably the third catch now by the Australians going down. Their fielding's not on again today by the looks of it, Chris, after their fielding in that practice game, which was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, they did field well the other day, and yeah, more catches that go down, I suppose easier it is for us. So I won't say long match continue, but yeah, not easy out there with that wind, and yeah, so keep at it.
And another shot down the ground to Graham Crawford at long off for another single. So John Short's producing the opportunities here for the Australians to take that first New Zealand wicket, but they just need to hang on to those catches. As we see the ball whipped away over wide of mid-on, and a diving attempt there to stop the ball by Craig Gislingham, but backed up well by Tony Hickey. So the current score for New Zealand halfway through 17th over, none for 85. Craig Gibb has been batting exceptionally well on 52, and he's been well supported by Martin Pike. We see the ball just guided down to first slip, well fielded there by Jed Mensforth. So Chris, whereabouts are you from in New Zealand? Maybe tell us a little bit about where you're from and what cricket looks like in that part of the world.
I came from it down in Marston, Warrup, an hour and a half north of Wellington, and yeah, play Premier cricket there, and also play a bit of cricket in Wellington Wanderers. So yeah, we tend to play a bit of cricket. So yeah, it's good.
So you're a mainlander. What do they call the people from the North Island?
We are the jewel of the crown of the New Zealand, aren't we? up in the North Island.
I love the banter between the mainlanders and the North Islanders. It's wonderful stuff. And great cut shot there by Martin Pike. Down to the third man boundary, and a gallant effort there by Clint Kebley, but unfortunately couldn't quite get it. So another very, very good over by the Kiwis. And John Short, couple of opportunities gone begging. And he now has 4 overs, none for 22. So the Kiwis are going along nicely here in their chase of that 300. 294 they need. Currently none for 91. Martin Pike, 37. Lovely cut shot during that over. 48 balls. Craig Gibb, 52 from 54. So what's the batting depth like from the Kiwis? Do we bat down to number 11?
Oh, there's a few down there that think they can bat. But yeah, if the top order do their job, you know, we can replicate what the Australians did. You know, they batter really well. The guys all quite strong, long, especially into that wind. Hit it downwind, tends to go the distance. Yeah, so we'll see how we go.
Very good. We see Craig Gislingham to resume from the city end, and he's going to bowl his 5th over. And that's straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way, has it? I couldn't quite, it's gone all the way for 6, so another maximum to Craig Gibb, who's in startling form here and batting on one leg with a calf injury. He now goes to 58, but that's his second 6 for the day. So we'll see some fielding changes now, I think, from the Australians. They'll need to look to go a little bit more defensive and protect those boundaries. And a great delivery there from Giz. Inside edge, and it's gone to backward square. Can you believe that? So, Chris, few days off, obviously, over the last 3 days. What have the boys been up to, and have they got out and done a bit of touristy stuff throughout the Mackay region?
Oh, we've done a little bit. You know, we've had a couple of practice sessions, and yeah, boys have got out and about, you know, out for dinner and spending a bit of time in the pool, in the bar, as you do. Yeah, but it's been quite a difficult time. The amount of rain seems to come in.
Yeah, it does. The scuds just blowing off the ocean, but they're coming from the south, and when they do, they're either hit or miss. But they've been hitting us pretty much for the last 3 days. But it's good to see, I think, a bit of a clearing now, and I think we're going to be set for some really exciting cricket over the next 2 days, with another game potentially here, although I am hearing rumours that Harrup Park is drying up as we speak. So we might be back on turf tomorrow. We'll make a call probably tomorrow morning once we check out what happens overnight. The rain normally comes in overnight, which you've obviously seen, and when it does, it comes in quite heavy with 20 mil of rain over that night 2 nights ago. So, but it's good to hear that you've been out and about and checking out a few sites. What's been the pick of the sites that you've been to, other than the pool and the bar at the hotel?
Oh, I went to Nemo, is it? To my hotel last night next dinner. Beautiful views up there. Yeah, boys are just doing their own thing. Pretty casual.
Very good. So we see the completion of the over. See the worm comparison between the two countries now, and obviously New Zealand are well in front of where the Aussies were at the same time. They're currently sitting at 5.4 and over. But the run rate required is 7.2, so still a big job here from the Kiwis as we push on into this second 15-over spell, and we see a couple of fielding changes here. We see Matthew Drain now on the boundary out at long off. And the ball hit to mid-on there and well fielded by Craig Gislingham. We've got Neil Grice at deep cover, Brad Perdue at forward point. We've got Graham Crawford now at backward point and Clint Kebley at short third man. John Short comes in again, and that's gone straight down the ground for a maximum. That's another 6 there to Craig Gibb. This is a fantastic innings, isn't it, Chris?
Yes, he's in the ball well. I haven't seen Gibby at the ball this well. So, yeah, he usually tries to bat through the innings and accumulates. But today, obviously with a leg injury, he's decided to play a few shots. It's going well for us at the moment.
Definitely is. So the Kiwis on top here at the moment, which is really good for this game and this tournament, as he goes square of the wicket again, and another misfield at point by Perdue, but backed up there by Neil Grice. And just 1 run to the score, which is now none for 105. So these two batsmen are doing it quite comfortably at the moment, as we see Martin Pike on strike. And well fielded that time by Brad Perdue. Great pickup and return back into the keeper. No run to the score. So since you joined the commentary box, Chris, we've got 60 people watching. So you've obviously got a few fans out there, or you obviously rang up all of your family and said, "Hey, I'm on the tally. Come and watch."
Yeah, I suppose I better watch what I say now. So, oh no, it's good to see people watching cricket. A bit of interest at home. So, there are a lot of mates out there watching. So, yeah.
So a big shout out to all of Chris Jeffrey's mates. I think there's one of them listening. So great shot there to mid-wicket, and a misfield there by Tony Hickey, but they'll scamper back for 2. Very well fielded here by Tony Hickey, and well run there by Wayne Robbins, the stand-in runner, and also the wicket-keeper for New Zealand. So he's definitely earning his $10 today, keeping out there all day for the 45 overs and now having to run for one of his mates. So he might be sitting in the pool later on trying to recuperate, Chris.
Yeah, well, we need him. We've only got the bare 11s, so he'll have to front up tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll see how he goes overnight. Obviously, we've got a physio with us, Scotty Pendant, batting at 4, so do a bit of work later. Hopefully we'll get him on the track tomorrow.
Yeah, the format of the game now, obviously, or the tournament, obviously we've lost those 3 games that we lost due to wet weather, probably played into the hands of the Kiwis with only bringing 11 players. And if you're playing those extra couple of games, it probably tests the fitness out of the team. So very quicker ball there from Craig Gislingham, but that's raced away towards the boundary, and they'll go through potentially for 2-leg buys, I would say. And yes, signalled by the umpire, 2-leg buys, and well fielded down there by Jed Mensforth. Takes the score to 110. So for those that are listening, the new format for the game is that we're going to try and attempt to get every team to play each other once in a 45-over condition game. Ball is worked down to short third man again for no run. So the Australian over 55's played the Australian over 50's Aboriginal team in round 1. This is round 2. And then tomorrow, the New Zealand over 55's will take on the Australian over 50's Aboriginal team. We see an attempted single, but sent back by Wayne Robbins, the non-striker. And then at the completion of all of those three, Chris, there'll be 2 teams that'll play off in a grand final, and hopefully we're on turf and playing at Harrup Park. But all reports are that Harrup Park is drying up as we speak with this sun out and the wind. And that ball just falls short of Richie Saniga there at short cover. So exciting times ahead for all teams. Get the opportunity to play on turf at the end of the week if the rain stays away. And obviously we hope that, from your point of view, the Kiwis are one of those teams that are in the final.
Yeah, we hope so. And the Aboriginal, they're a good team. So it will be nice to get onto Harrup Park. Lovely facility. Yes, unfortunately about the weather, can't do much about it. Still nice to be out there.
Yeah, it is indeed. So that's not the completion of the over. They 1 ball to go. Just changing batsmen and a couple of field changes happening here. So we've got Craig Gibb on strike, who's now raced along to 68 and just 60 balls. 7 4s and 3 6s. So a very dominant innings here from Craig. We see an outside edge down to third man, and that's the completion of Craig Gislingham's 6th over. And he now has the figures of none for 27. The Kiwis are none for 111. Lord Nelson. You know what that means, Chris? We've got to put 1 leg in the air and shake it all about. So they're going along nicely, aren't they, mate?
Yeah, they're travelling well. And as I said, the longer this partnership goes on, the better it is for us. Got some hitting power there, so it's nice.
And we saw skipper McCarty miss out in that practice game where he absolutely nailed it, and someone took one of those blinder catches from the Australian over 55. So obviously from a New Zealand point of view, skipper Scott McCarty's a very important part of that batting to come.
He is an important cog. He's played a lot of cricket, first-class cricket. So yeah, we do rely on him. Yeah, hopefully he can get a few runs today.
And we see a lovely shot played by Craig Gibb out to the deep cover boundary, and Brad Perdue runs around the boundary and picks it up and returns it back into keeper Ryan, who must be feeling it a bit after his fantastic innings. It was a fantastic knock to watch. He just, anything that was short, and it's a lovely cover drive again by Craig Gibb, and well fielded again by Brad Perdue, but it was a magnificent innings, and the innings that Gibb is playing at the moment very similar, but he was very strong on anything short and on his legs. He just whipped it away to that square boundary.
He did. He batted really well. And his fitness must be up there to be keeping 45 overs as well. So, yeah, obviously a very fit man, and yeah, he hit some big bombs. Yeah, good on him.
And Paul Ryan, we see the ball down to mid-on, long on, and it's racing away. We see Tony Hickey on the boundary line. I think he's done an exceptional job there and just saved it before it crossed the boundary. Brilliant fielding there by Tony Hickey on the boundary line, throwing his body and diving full length forward as it ball pushed towards the boundary line, and obviously did a fantastic job. We see Richie Saniga back into the attack now, and once again well fielded by Tony Hickey at mid-on. So one more delivery from Richie Saniga. He'll complete his 4th over. Oh, and an interesting shot. I think this is going to be out. Oh, no, it's been dropped. Oh, my God. Jed Mensforth was under the ball, and obviously it's just blown away a little bit from him or lost it in the sun. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I don't know. It was going downwind as well, so it's always pretty tough when it's going away from you. Probably one that...
An interesting shot that was played there, though. Looking to try and ramp it down to fine leg by the look of it, and it obviously caught the outside edge and skied up and over that first slip spot. So another catch there to the Australians. I think that's 4 catches now that have gone down. So lucky for you guys, I guess.
Yeah, it is, and that's part of the game. They dropped the other day, a couple today. Yeah, it's just part of cricket. No one tries to drop them.
Maybe it's part of veterans cricket, Chris. Anyway, disappointing result there from the Australians, but good fortune for the Kiwis as they now move on to none for 117 from 21 overs. So getting close to that halfway mark in that quest, and the required run rate now, Chris, is 7.3 as we see another bowling change occurring. It looks like Brad Perdue is going to come in and bowl his left arm orthodox spin. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes and how he utilises this breeze here at the Walkerston Cricket Club. Short ball pulled out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 1. So a lot of chat out there and a lot of orders being thrown around by Richie Saniga, trying to marshal his troops and push for that first wicket. We see Perdue go bottom edge there by the looks of it, and it squirted into the pads of Craig Gibb. No run. And that's a big hit. And that's a maximum. And that's landed on the bike track. That's going to probably take a little bit of bark off the ball, Chris, and a magic shot. And we saw Paul Ryan do something very similar during the Australian innings. But the Kiwis hitting, I'm not going to say to the short side of the ground, but utilising the wind to their advantage.
Yeah, and it's probably the side of the field we've got to hit too. It does seem a bit short of the boundary to the side. As I said, it is downwind. So, yeah, no, it's good thinking here by Pike. So,
very good positive thoughts and comments there from Chris Jeffries. And Ronnie Haywood saying hello, Chris. Do you know Ron?
Do you know Ron? Yeah, so g'day Ron, how are you? And hope you're having fun in New Zealand.
So I'm trying to do commentary here and I've got tapped on the shoulder, so hang on 2 secs. So can you tell me where Ron is from, Chris?
He's from Wellington. He's probably in a bar at the moment, having a few quiets. So, yeah, the boys say good day to you, Ron. Hope you're having fun and enjoying the live feed. And Glenn Neal as well. I'd like to say good day to Glenn, and I think that's Pikey's 50. Boys.
Fantastic knock there from Pikey. Very well deserved, and played a bit of an anchor role throughout this innings with Craig Gibb, but he's 53 from 67 deliveries and he's hit 5 4s and 1 6. So combining well, these two New Zealanders as they chase down this large score. And we see the ball very well fielded there at short cover by John Short. So brilliant work there, and that's the completion of Brad Perdue's first over. Quite expensive with 11 from that over. And the worm there, we can see the New Zealanders are well in front now of where the Australians were at the same time. Still requiring 7.2 and over. And their current run rate is 5.82, Chris. So great knock there. And by Martin Pike, you must be pretty rapt for him as well.
Yeah, Pike has batted well. He's on debut. Here's my roomie, so I'm proud of him. He does snore a lot. Yeah, big snorer. He's getting good sleep, which is good.
Part of veterans cricket, I think there's always one snorer in one room. I think one of the questions that should be asked by administrators is, are you a snorer? And put all the snorers in one room and lock the door and throw the key away, I'd say. Anyway, it's great knocks by these two Kiwis as they chase down this score set by the Australians, and they're really doing an exceptional job here for the team at the moment. The Australians are going to look to restrict the scoring by the Kiwis. They need to start holding their catches, Chris.
Yeah, they do, but you got to look. They batted well in their last 15 overs, so we've got a bit of batting to do to get close. And yeah, at the moment the boys are going well. Yeah, it is tough fielding out there. So yeah, the Aussies, they'll hang in there. They always do that.
So you talk about obviously tough fielding out there. Is it heavy underfoot? I know the oval's been mowed a couple of times, but obviously they've had a lot of rain. What's it like out on the field and running around in the field? What impact is that having on your bodies?
Oh, it's pretty tough. It's pretty spongy out there. And also, they had a left-right-hand combination batting. They picked up singles, so the field was constantly moving as well, which made it actually quite a long day. Very tiring. Good on them. They both batted well. They rotated that strike.
Very good. And we're now up to 68 viewers. So if you're feeling like having a conversation or asking Chris a really hard, tricky question, maybe tell a bit of a story about something that happened in the past, I'm more than happy to share it with all of you viewers out there. But we're joined here in the commentary box by Chris Jeffries, representing New Zealand over 55's team, hailing from the North Island of New Zealand. It's an absolute pleasure to have him join myself here in the commentary team. See Richie Saniga go in bowl again, and very well fielded there by Graham Crawford, who stopped any chance for single there. For the Kiwis, none for 129. Halfway through the 23rd over. And I think they say once you get to 30 overs, Chris, if you double it, and that's very well bowled there by Richie Saniga, well taken by Paul Ryan, the keeper. But they say if you double it, that's the score that you're probably going to reach. So we'll wait and see what that score is at the 30 over mark. It's going to be in 7 overs time. That's if you're still with me, of course. You might decide you want to go and sit down and relax and give your voice a break.
I'm pretty relaxed here at the moment, so it's a nice breeze coming into the area. Just good watching the boys go about their work.
All right, we'll stay here till 30 overs, and when we have a drinks break, we'll change it. And a direct hit would have probably found him short then, I think. But good running there by Pikey. And that's the end of Richie Saniga's 5th over. He has the figures of none for 20. Kiwis are going along nicely here. None for 130 off 23 overs, so they're very much in the box seat here, having not lost a wicket yet. So the pressure now really starting to mount on the Australians, who will be looking to take some wickets in the next few overs if they're to keep their nose in front, I guess, of the Aussies. But yeah, the New Zealanders are doing an amazing job at the moment, being well supported here by Craig Gibb and Martin Pike, and the brilliant running by Wayne Robbins, who's running for Craig Gibb, who has a strained calf muscle. So we see Brad Perdue coming in for his 2nd over now. I'm not sure the Kiwis would have seen a lot of Brad before.
No, we've heard about Brad, and obviously he's the class bowler. He's got a lot of wickets in veterans cricket, so we've asked a few questions about him. Yeah, we've heard of him.
Very good. I've heard of him. I've played with him, and he's a very, very crafty bowler. So be on the lookout for Brad Perdue to take a couple of wickets here. But his first over, he was quite expensive, and obviously Martin Pike got hold of him last over. So let's see if Pike can do this over, and he's gone again straight out to long on for a single. Very well fielded there by Graham Crawford. See Craig Gibb come back in to take strike again. That's worked out the backward square for another single. I think one of the things that I've noticed is obviously playing on a hard wicket, Chris, that it takes the slower bowlers a little bit more out of the game because they can't get that grip and rip and spin off the Astro turf in comparison to a turf wicket. We see that go straight down the ground for another maximum to Martin Pike, who's starting to really motor on, and he's raced to 61 now. So he's hot on the tails of Craig Gibb. And so Pikey's doing a wonderful job here, mate.
Yeah, they're both doing a great job. That was a great shot for Pike. Spinner's obviously in the spot. Put it straight down the ground. Yeah.
He goes again out to mid-wicket. Bit of a miss hit that time. They just wander through for a single. So none for 138. 2 deliveries remaining in the Perdue over. Craig Gibb back on strike facing. And that's short and pulled away towards the boundary line. Fielded brilliantly there by Craig Gislingham, who flicks the ball up to Tony Hickey, who throws it back into the bowler, and they get another run. And that's gone straight up in the air. There's no one going to get there. I don't think it's going to fall short. And Craig Gislingham came in off the boundary line, but it went a long way in the air and hung up there for a long time, Chris.
Yeah, he picked the gap nicely there. One of Pikey's pitching wedges, I'd say. And yeah, so we're very fortunate there that fell into open space.
I think you may have been watching the US Open. The boys, I know there's been a lot of interest in the US Open, or is it the Masters? I can't remember which one it is, but everyone's been talking about the golf each morning.
Yeah, the Masters, and boys are pretty rapt to see Rory McIlroy come through finally and have a win. Yeah, no, it's been a good day.
Very good. So, completion of the 24th over. So 21 overs remaining. New Zealanders are none for 141. Have Craig Gibb on 74 and Martin Pike on 63. It looks like we've got another change of bowling happening here. We've got Graham Crawford coming into the attack. Having played a lot of cricket with and against Graham Crawford, another wily off spinner in the Australian team. So he's probably lucky he's bowling from this end with that breeze pushing across from his left to right. And looks like he's probably going to bowl full with the field set deep straight. So you've got a long off, straight long on, and a straight mid-wicket on the boundary, and a deep cover. So 4 on the boundary, and they're all in front of the umpire at bowler's end. So full and straight it looks. They have a short cover, a point, short third man, square leg, and a mid-on. So Graham Crawford into bowler Martin Pike. And that's picked the gap beautifully out there. And I think that may just have been a 4. Yes, it was. Fantastic batting here, Chris.
Oh, it's great. Good to see the lads taking their skills. They picked for a reason, and good to see playing well, and obviously batting like the Australians did, trying to replicate that. get ahead at the stage of the game. Saying that wasn't a very classy shot, was it?
That was a dirty hack, I think. That's called commentator's curse. So you can keep talking like that if you want to, Chris.
No, it's all good. Yeah, obviously Pike just lost the shot. So, but I did face Crawford the other day, and he gets a little bit away drifting, as you said, without the spin. And that's gone for 6. So yeah, without the turn, as you said, with the spinners, it's pretty hard for them. But yeah, it's the same for both teams. So yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a ripper shot, that one. That's hitting into that stiff 20 to 30 kilometre an hour wind. And so to do that and clear the boundary quite easily, he's in great nick. Is Martin Pike, straight out of the screws and over that deep mid-wicket boundary, and gave no chance to the guy on the boundary line out there, who I think could be Neil Grice out there on the boundary, I think. A lovely shot there and well fielded there, diving away to his right. It's Craig Gislingham, so another quick single. So brilliant batting here by the Kiwis, picking their balls to hit over the boundary and then obviously working the balls into the gap. So very smart cricket here. Quicker delivery there by Crawford, who's been worked out to the deep mid-wicket boundary and picked up by Neil Grice out there, who bowls the ball back into keeper Paul Ryan. And a lovely cut shot backward of point, racing towards the boundary line. It may actually go all the way, and it has. Along the carpet all the way. Well-timed shot there, Chris.
Yeah, it is great timing, and the outfield's quickened up compared to the warm-up game. It's pretty slow, but now it's raced across the field. Another lovely shot for Pike.
Yeah, the ground has quickened up because the local cricket club here at McLennan Park, the Walkerston Cricket Club, have mowed the oval twice since that practice game. One of the days they came in at 6:30 and mowed the lawn before the start of play. Then unfortunately we couldn't get on because there was too much rain. But great effort here by the Walkerston Cricket Club to allow us this opportunity to play today. And they even, here's one for you, Chris. I don't know if you've ever heard, but they cover the hard wicket. They cover the run-ups at both ends, and then over the last 2 days, they put hessian under the covers for the run-ups to absorb the moisture out of the pitch, so the run-ups were dry for the bowlers. I've never seen anything like that done before in world cricket.
We've never seen that either, and good on them. It's a big occasion. We've enjoyed our time out here, and yeah, you can see the hard work that's gone in by volunteers. And we actually came out last night to cover the pitch as well, so yeah, no, it was best for us.
Yeah, no, fantastic to Lloyd and his committee for allowing us the opportunity to play here, and talking to a lot of people in Mackay. This is quite a unique ground, and because of the weather and the conditions that they experience here during the cricket season, a lot of games do get washed out with rain, but they always say that there's always a game on out at Walkerston, and we're part of that this week as we see a ball outside off stump and a fantastic late cut shot. Races away to the boundary for 4. Craig Gibb is in stellar nick here today as he races to 79 from just 69 deliveries, and that's his 8th boundary, Chris, with 3 maximums as well. He's doing a sterling job here for you guys.
Oh, he's fantastic. He's played a lot of cricket, heavy, and he's in the over 60s. So did captain the Mainlanders for a few years. Yeah, no, it's good to see him performing on one leg.
We see the ball hit out to point and well fielded out there. Very well fielded there by Richard Saniger in the follow-through. Current score for the New Zealanders is none for 161. And they're really well on top in this run chase, Chris. may have mentioned to you, if you double the score at 30, that's the score you're going to get. And if we double it now, you're already up above 300. So in the box seat, boys.
Oh, yeah, they're going well at the moment. We don't like to count our chickens before they hatch, but you know, there's another shot through there for 4 back to the point. So you know, the boys are going well. So long may it continue.
So both batsmen now moving into the 80s. Martin Pike has really got to hurry on in the last 4 or 5 overs. He's now raced 82 from 83 deliveries, and Craig Gibb is on 80 off 72, and he's on one leg. So fantastic partnership. That's 166 opening run partnership by the New Zealand over 55's team. So they were hiding their batting in that practice game, weren't they? Hello. No, it was below the waist. Anyway, a dot ball to round out the over. Saniga's now bowled 6 overs and none for 29. Bowling figures for the Australian team there. We see another change of bowling from the creek end. See Tony Hickey coming back into the attack. I could say he could be bowling from the wrong end because he bowls big in-swingers, and he's going to be trying to get movement with that in-swinger with a very stiff breeze blowing from left to right. So he's not going to get much in-swing, Chris.
No, he's not, and obviously the captain wanted to go to the other end, and that's his right. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see because he has bowled really well. He has got that late in swing, and the boys were talking about it after the warm up. So yeah, he is a danger man, and yeah, it's interesting that he's coming from the other end.
Now, I don't understand the decision in bowling Tony Hickey from this end, because the Australians obviously need to take some wickets to put some scoreboard pressure on the Kiwis, and it's a strange decision, but it's a game of cricket, and I've seen some strange things happen out on the cricket field.
Yeah, definitely. So you know, the Aussies have another plan up their sleeve, so they always do, and you know, they're a class outfit. So see what happens.
So we have a look at the field that Tony's got, and they've got one too many out, so they brought one in. We see Craig Gibb on strike, and that's gone out in the ground, and another drop catch to the Australians. Graham Crawford's put another one down. That was a tough catch, though, diving away to his right, one-handed. He'll be disappointed in that, but it's funny, isn't it? The ball, if you're having a bad day, the ball's going to keep following you, and but that was a tough chance there, diving away to his right. It flew off the bat, Chris.
Yeah, it did, and it was a great effort. You know, that's one of those, you either hold them spectacular or you drop it. Unfortunately, when his elbow hit the ground, the ball bobbled out. Yeah, no, it was a great effort. Pretty tough chance.
So another chance to Craig. I guess he's been dropped 3 times now, I think, Chris. So Aussie's giving him every opportunity to score that. A big appeal there from Tony Hickey. Not a lot of support from behind the stumps, so may have been angling down the leg side, or a bit hard to tell from this angle. Anyway, not out. He missed time. Oh, bowler and batsman Wayne Robbins collide there mid-pitch. An apology there by Tony Hickey, who dropped his shoulder as he ran past him. Put Wayne Robbins on the ground. Sure, they'll have a beer after the game and make up. As we see Hickey in again. The ball outside the off stump. Craig Gibb can't connect with that one, so an opportunity there missed. Conversation had mid-pitch there between Paul Ryan and Tony Hickey, so keeper up to something here. You've always got to watch that keeper behind the stumps. See Tony Hickey in to bowl. And another leg by. Good running there by Wayne Robbins. A leg by. So the score is now none for 169 as the wind picks up a little bit more. And that's picked the gap beautifully. A late cut away to that third man boundary. In the air between both Crawford and Kebley, but neither any opportunity with the brilliant timing by Martin Pike, who now races to 87. Currently the top score, who's passed Craig Gibb, so he's really getting a motor on now, Chris.
Yeah, he's put his foot down. He struggled a bit early with timing, and yeah, it's good to see he's got through that. He's playing the shots that we know he can play. So yeah, it'd be good to see him get through to the magical number.
So you mentioned that Craig Gibb was a mainlander. Where's Martin Pike from? Do you know?
Yeah, he's from Wellington, and he was born. I went to Harrup College, same college I went to in Harrup. So yeah, he's a very good cricketer, very good sportsman actually. Played rugby for Sale, first 5. So very good at badminton. So he's an all-round sportsman.
And super fit, I guess, as well.
Yeah, well he is pushing 60 now. So yeah, no, he's keeping himself pretty good, Nick.
See Richard Saniga continuing again from the city end here at the McLennan Park at the Walkerston Cricket Club, 15 kilometres west of Mackay. And that's down the leg side and a wide, and well taken there by Paul Ryan, diving away to the left. So some magical batting performances here by a number of top order bats, and that's hit straight to Brad Perdue, who's taken a catch. And unfortunately, that sees the end of Craig Gibb. Caught by Brad Perdue off the bowling of Richard Saniga for a very, very well-made 81 from just 77 deliveries with 8 4s and 3 6s. Fantastic knock and set up this run chase for the Kiwis brilliantly, CJ.
Yeah, he has. He batted really well. He batted on one leg, and it was a great opening partnership. Unfortunately, it's come to an end, but gives our captain a chance to get out and spend a bit of time in the middle.
Very well batted there by Craig Gibb, and a standing ovation by the boys from the New Zealand cricket team here. Very well batted. So we might just let Chris head off now. He's going to go off and put the pads on. And great running there by Robbo too, to help Craig Gibb, who obviously is on one leg. So great knock there by Craig Gibb. The innings comes to an end, and the Australians get that most sought-after wicket that they've been looking for. And a simple catch there taken by Brad Perdue at short cover, or regulation cover, should I say. So that sees the captain of the over 55 New Zealand team come to the crease in Scott McCarty. And we've seen him bat over a number of years now, and he's one that doesn't hang around either. And running, I think he said running's not part of his game. So let's have a look and wish Scott McCarty all the best as he looks to continue to steer this ship for New Zealand in their chase towards 294 runs. And misfielded there by Brad Perdue at cover. Allows Scott McCarty to get off the mark for his first run in the IMC Try Series that's currently being run here in Mackay. Bit of a mistime ball there that just squirts out onto the offside and no run, picked up by the bowler. Saniga, sole wicket taker for the Australian team. has 1 for 31 off nearly 7 overs, so very tidy effort here by the skipper. And a ball down the leg side, obviously flicked the thigh pad as it went through, and very well taken by Paul Ryan down the leg side. Umpire signalled with a little tap to his upper thigh, and no run there. Last delivery, and that seemed to jag back in a little bit there. So great over there by Richie Saniga. Congratulations to you in taking your first over 55's wicket for Australia, and the captain of the team leading from the front. So the completion of the 28th over, New Zealand well on top here at 1 for 175, with the batsman out just during that last over. Craig Gibb for 81. We have Martin Pike on 87, and Scott McCarty, 1 ball for 1 run. Strike rate of 100, Scott. Well done. So we see Tony Hickey continuing here. Tony Hickey bowling. Last minute fielding change there by Richard Saniga, just to acknowledge Scott McCarty as the captain, so a clap. And he smashes the ball straight down the ground to long on. Probably an opportunity there for 2, but running isn't in Scott's repertoire, so an easy single. A bit of crowd coming in here late in the day, which is good to see. We see another ball there, and Tony Hickey throws the ball down, hits the stumps, he's out, but missed the stumps to the left-hand side, and very well backed up by Richard Saniga, and John Short sprinting from cover, backing up behind Richie Saniga. So a good effort there by Tony Hickey. Never going to be left wondering. Short of a length there and worked out to mid-wicket there by Scott McCarty for no run. So an opportunity here for the Australians to apply some pressure to the scoreboard, although the Kiwis are a long way in front at the same time of the game. So see what the Australians will do and see what Scott McCarty's got up and in his bag of tricks. He plays a beautiful shot straight down the ground, magical timing. And well fielded down there at long on by Jed Mensforth. Another single to Scott. Score 1 for 178. The 29th over. And ball well fielded out there by Richie Saniga. Bit of a cruel bounce, but it was able to recover and get his body behind it. A lot of chat here from the hill. The Australian spectators supporting and getting right behind the men in their Aussie green and gold. And that's way down the leg side, I think, or no, maybe it's just come off the batsman there, so no shot played, so it'll be a dead ball. Pulls up just inside the boundary. So a good over there by Tony Hickey. Completes his 6th over now, and he has excellent figures of 6 overs, none for 29. So 116 runs to win for the Kiwis off 96 balls remaining. I think the key there is the 9 wickets in hand. Richard Saniga resuming from the city end again. bowling to his opposite number in the New Zealand team, Scott McCarty, their captain. So captain to captain here in the Tri-Series from McLennan Park at Walkerston Cricket Club, just out of Mackay in Queensland, Australia. Hope you're enjoying the commentary and the live stream here. And another awkward bounce there to Brad Perdue, but does well to stop any chance of a run. Another dot ball. So slowly but surely, the Aussies are building that pressure. The new batsman at the crease in Scott McCarty, but he won't be in any hurry. He'll get himself in. And beautiful shot there, well timed by Scott McCarty, but brilliant piece of fielding there by Richard Saniger in the follow through. And a ball well timed down to long on again by Scott McCarty. Richard Saniger into Martin Pike, who hits the ball to point. Bit of a misfield, but no run there. So that's the completion now of the 30th over. Score is 1 for 179. And there you'll see the worm come up. And the Kiwis have just had a bit of a slight dip since the loss of the wicket, but they're still well in front of the Australian team as we take a quick drinks break now. And we'll come back and join you very, very shortly with the score. New Zealand 1 for 179, chasing the Australians 293. And at this stage, the Kiwis are sitting in the box seat. We saw recently Craig Gibb lose his wicket and depart for 81, and Martin Pike is 88, and Scott McCarty just come to the creases on 4. So we'll be back shortly.
Party.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. Slice?
No!
Hey!
Slice! Almost said topping.
Oh.
I almost said topping.
Curry.
What?
Curry? Curry?
It's a relic. Oh, yeah.
I wrote pineapple.
It's pretty good.
I wrote crust.
Sounds amazing.
Mm.
That is sugar pie.
Welcome back, and we see Tony Hickey resuming. Ball squirted out down to third man for a single. 15 overs remaining. 114 runs from just 89 deliveries. So they'll be the numbers we need to watch as we see Tony Hickey with Paul Ryan up on the stumps keeping today after making an amazing score in the first innings. Ball well fielded down there at short third man by Phil Puller. Hoping to catch up with him in the commentary box at some stage. Keeps avoiding me though. So Tony Hickey to Scott McCarty, who once again punches it down to Phil Puller at third man. Wind picks up here at the Walkerston Cricket Club again. Gusty. Oh. And I'm not sure, I think he's called a no ball. A no ball's been called. Got a bit of confusion here. We've got two umpires coming together here. Umpire's doing a quick count here with all the players on the ground. Yes, there's 11 fielders out there. It's called 4 runs. Come off his glove. Come off the batsman's glove. So it's 4 runs off the bat. So didn't see the no ball signal. So pitched up delivery there and well fielded by John Short. And that sees the completion of the Tony Hickey 7th over. Good one there for the Kiwis. 7 off that over. So closing that gap between runs required and balls remaining. That important figure of 9 wickets in the shed will allow the Kiwis to come hard in this last 15 overs. And I'm sure they won't be leaving it until the last over to assault what was quite a large score set by the Australians, but the Kiwis have been doing this easily today. And that's down the leg side and signalled wide. So not a great start there to Richard Saniga's last over. Great shot there by Scott McCarty out into the covers, but well fielded there by Brad Perdue. So don't go away. Make sure you stay here with the live streaming for the last 15 overs of this amazing game today. And that's gone over the top of cover, fallen just short of the fielder coming in off the boundary at long off. And the ball's hit the umpire in the back of the leg and he's gone down. Is he okay? Need a runner. Wayne Robbins, are you ready? You've got to wear the funny cap as well. No run there. Hope the umpire's okay. Obviously wasn't watching and popped the return throw on the back of the leg. So Still shaking his leg a little bit, so hopefully he's okay. And that's gone straight down the ground to the fielder at long on. Well fielded down there by Graham Crawford. Two balls remaining in this Richard Saniga over. And it's hit down to long off. And it's quite clear the intent here shown by the Kiwis that they're looking to play a lot more aggressive and look to score at least one a ball. We see Richie Saniga's last ball here and looking for a single out to that short cover, but well fielded there on the follow through by Richie Saniga. And that sees the completion of the 32nd over. The New Zealanders are now 1 for 190, with Martin Pike edging closer to his maiden over 55 century on 94 from just 101 deliveries. And we've got Scott McCarty, who's playing a bit of a supportive role at the moment. He's on 8 from just 14 deliveries. So the Aussies have their backs against the wall here. We have Tony Hickey about to commence his 8th over. Have a look at his field. He's having a discussion with Richie Saniga at the moment, trying to make sure they get this field right. We have a short third man. We have a deep backward point on the boundary. Forward point as Tony Hickey comes in to bowl. And that's down the leg side. So another run to the score. We have a deep cover. We have a mid-off on the 30-metre mark. A long off, long on. And a deep mid-wicket. And a forward square leg on the 30-metre mark. And that's a short ball outside the off stump. And Scott would be disappointed with that ball. Mistimed and hit out there to John Short at forward point. So no run to the score. Tony Hickey into Scott McCarty, who whips that away out to the boundary to mid-wicket for just a single. So we now have Martin Pike back on strike, sitting on 94. We saw earlier in the day Matthew Drain bring up his century sitting on 94 with a big 6. Wonder what Martin Pike's got in store here. Oh, and that's gone between bat and pad and must have just been perilously close to that leg stump. Fantastic delivery there from Tony Hickey. So a good over here from Tony Hickey for the Australians. They need to look to take some more wickets if they're going to get back into this game, I think. Pike hits the ball down to long on, just for a single. Well fielded down there by Jed Mensforth. 2 deliveries remaining in the Hickey 8th over. Scott McCarty on strike. And a very well-run quick single there to Scott McCarty, who picked the gap brilliantly and well supported at the non-striker's end by Martin Pike, who sprinted through. He's been out there since the start of the innings, so to still be taking quick singles like that's a testament to his fitness. So the last delivery of the Tony Hickey over to Martin Pike, who sits on 95. And another similar delivery there. That late in swing, obviously, is still getting the ball to talk a lot there by Tony Hickey, but a fantastic over there to complete the 8th over by Tony Hickey, who now has bowled 8 overs and has none for 40. Probably unlucky not to have 1 wicket there, and the scalp of Martin Pike, some absolute ripper deliveries during that over. So the Kiwis one for 194 at the completion of the 33rd over. Both batsmen coming together and talking tactics and what their plan of attack's going to be now over the next 12 overs. 9 wickets in hand. We see a change of bowler now. And we have Neil Grice from Tasmania coming from the city end, as we've termed it. And he'll come on and put the bowl to Scott McCarty, who's currently sitting on 10 from 17 deliveries. So just trying to get this field set right here currently. We've got a deep third man on point. Looks like we're going for a short or regulation cover, are we? Man at point is coming round to cover, and John Short's being pushed to point. Have Richard Sanigo probably at mid-off. Have a long off, long on, deep forward mid-wicket, I guess you could call it. We have a man just short of in front of square leg. And an easy single as the ball's worked down to long on. On top of that, we also have a fine leg, fairly square, the third man down on the boundary. So first ball of the over, Scott McCarty eased that to long on, takes the score to 195. Have Martin Pike now on 95 in the middle as he pushes on to his maiden over 55's century, and no run there. Well fielded by Richie Saniga. So a good start to the over here by Neil Grice off the long run. And he smashed that out to the boundary over cover. And it's probably just going to pull up inside. I think I saw a size 12 boot come out. So Richie Saniga's done a good job there, I believe. And 2 runs. Martin Pike takes him to 97. So he's in striking distance of his maiden test century. His maiden century in over 55's cricket representing New Zealand. And that ball's hit over point, out towards the boundary. It's picked up by John Short just inside, so another 2 to the score takes him to 99. So Martin Pike sitting on 99 now. So they're looking to make some changes here to the field. They pushed a man back onto the deep cover boundary, so there's an easy push for a single if he wants to, just out to cover. And a dot ball, well fielded in the follow through by Grice. Keeps the scoring to 0. Martin Pike on 99 from just 108 deliveries. And a play and a miss outside that off stump as the completion of the Neil Grice over. So we're going to have to wait another over now. That's 3 overs now to Neil Grice for none for 23. And the Kiwis, you can see that worm's coming back into the Aussies as we move into the 35th over now. So 11 overs remaining. They need 95 from 86. Or was that 66 deliveries? So that gap's starting to widen a little bit, and those worms are coming closer and closer together. So we're in for an exciting finish here at the Walkerston Cricket Club at McLennan Park in Queensland. First ever over 55's international game between Australia and New Zealand, reaching its climax here today as the sun starts to set in the west. Tony Hickey's last over, bowling his 9th over. And the ball eased out to short mid-wicket there, and they scamper through for a quick single. That's the 200 that up for the New Zealanders. Celebration around the ground. So Martin Pike, 99. Looking for that elusive single here. And he hits it straight down the ground, and congratulations to Martin Pike on an absolutely magical innings, holding this Kiwi run chase, banging his chest, and very proud moment for the man. And well done from skipper Scott McCarty. Congratulations celebrates there with Martin Pike. Well done, Martin Pike. So 100 from 110 deliveries with 10 fours and 3 massive sixes. As we see Hickey resuming to Scott McCarty. And he goes straight down the ground, and it's just landed short of Matthew Drain at long off. A great attempt there to try and take the ball, but just fell short and blocked the ball from getting through and racing away to 4. So another single to Scott McCarty. Seems he's happy just to take a back seat at the moment and just work the ones and let Martin do his thing as he plays a lovely shot there, but brilliantly fielded there by skipper Richie Saniger, and throws the ball back into Tony Hickey, who removes the bails, and there's no run, and Scott McCarty's safely in behind the crease. So 92 required now from just 62 deliveries. Difference of 30. Full pitch ball wide of the off stump, and it's butted out to point and well fielded by John Short, just for a single. The last ball of Tony Hickey's spell currently has none for 44. And a magical shot straight down the ground by Scott McCarty. Well-timed ball, but fielded brilliantly down there on the boundary by Matthew Drain, restricting the score to 1. And that's the end of Tony Hickey's spell, and he's bowled 9 overs and has none for 45. Going at an economy rate of 5. So the Kiwis now, 1 for 204. Sorry, 1 for 204 with Martin Pike, who just scored his first maiden century representing New Zealand at over 55's level. And Scott McCarty currently on 14. So 90 runs is the required score that Kiwis need from just 60 deliveries remaining. So a lot of people now tuning in as the workday finishes, obviously definitely in New Zealand, but in Australia. And we see that ball hit over the boundary for another 6. Magical shot there by Scott McCarty. Landed out on the bike track, on the bitumen bike track. So that's going to take another chunk of pink off the RJR ball. So we're in for an exciting finish here. There's 84 people currently tuned in from all around the world, enjoying this brilliant game between Australia and New Zealand from McLennan Park, from Walkerston Cricket Club, as we see a replay from a big 6 from Scott McCarty, and the ball's gone out the gate and down the road, past the pub and probably into the police station. So we might just have a short break while we wait for the ball to come back. And that's whipped away behind backward square leg for another boundary. So 10 from the last two balls. Neil Grice struggling to get the right line here to McCarty at the moment. So he's now raced to 24 now from 23 deliveries, and the score's gone to 1 for 214. And that gap is closing up now between the runs and the available balls remaining. So New Zealand right on top at the moment. And a lovely shot straight down the ground again. Brilliant timing there by Scott McCarty. The long on for a single. The damage has been done with a massive six down the ground and then a ball whipped away behind square leg 4. As we see Pikey miss-hit the ball out to deep cover for a single. Two balls remaining. We see the ball hit down the ground again. Picked up by Phil Puller down there, and they take another single. So one more ball remaining in Neil Grice's 4th over. Have Martin Pike on strike. And easy singles now for the taking by the Kiwis. Sees the completion of the Neil Grice over. He now has bowled 4 overs and has none for 37. We can see that worm now that's starting to move up in that northerly direction, and that gap is getting wider. Gap between balls and runs required is obviously getting less. So we see the batsman take a quick drinks break. We see a bowling change at the creek end. See Craig Gislingham coming back into the attack. Hearing a lot of chat coming through the effects microphone. The Aussies trying to rev each other up. Gone a little bit quiet. Giz's field, we have a short third man backward point on the boundary, a point in the ring, short cover, deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a forward square. And a play and a miss there. All taken by keeper Ryan. That ball's hit just to mid-on there, and an easy single. With a defensive field set at the moment, looking to protect boundaries. Got McCarty back on strike, and he'll be looking to do some damage, I'd say, over the next 3 or 4 overs. Very strong off his legs, straight down the ground. And as CJ said earlier, played a lot of Premier cricket in New Zealand, representative cricket, leader of this over 55's New Zealand team. A lot of experience. We see a ball hit out to the deep cover boundary and fielded by Tony Hickey there. Another single to the score. The New Zealanders to 1 for 221. And another very smart piece of batting there by Scott McCarty. Pushes the ball out onto the offside and they scamper through for an easy single in the end. So a nice tight over so far from Craig Gislingham. Well fielded by Richie, and there's a chance here for a run out, but unfortunately we can't get that ball back over the stumps. And that's the completion of Craig Gislingham's 7th over. He now has the figures of none for 32 with an economy rate of 4.6. Kiwis now moving along nicely at 1 for 223 from 37 overs. They now require 71 runs from just 48 balls remaining. See Neil Grice continuing again from the city end here at the Walkerston Cricket Club, Lennon Park. Sunny Queensland. A great thing to say. Quite windy still here, the wind blowing from left to right. Trying to get their field right here at the moment. Spending a lot of time. If they don't hurry up, it'll get dark. Have to turn the lights on. But I think Richie Saniger and Neil Grice are happy with the field positioning. I think they're just waiting on Tony Hickey to tie up his shoelaces, change of shoes. Balls hit out to the man I just mentioned, well fielded by Tony out there on the boundary. So he's obviously finished his bowling spell now and he's removed his rubbers and put the spikes back on, obviously looking for extra grip as he's working the boundary line, along with Matthew Drain out here, Graham Crawford and Phil Puller. Brad Perdue out on the offside. And that's gone straight up. That's coming straight at the scorers. And that's cleared the... And it's landed on the roof after bouncing onto the asphalt bike track. So a massive hit there by Scott McCarty. I hope we can get that ball back. I don't know if it came down. Can't hear where the ball landed, but I did hear it. We've seen it come back. So another productive shot there by the New Zealand skipper and Scott McCarty. Hitting with that wind that's blowing from left to right here, and once you put it up into that wind, it just keeps carrying, and that one just went all the way. So 1 for 230 the Kiwis. Now need 64 from 44 deliveries. And it's gone straight up in the air, and it's gone over the top, just fell outside the reach of John Short at point, on outside edge there. So the intent has been made by Scott McCarty. I mentioned an over or so ago that he's going to look to do some damage now. Doesn't want to leave it till the last couple of overs to be chasing the final score. We see Grice in, and that's another wide to the score, an extra delivery. So at the same time, the Australians were 1 for 205. So the Kiwis are well ahead of the Australians at the same stage. And that's gone out to the deep cover boundary. And we see Brad Perdue out on the boundary, who has fielded that reasonably well out there, and a relay throw to Richie Saniger, and they come back for an easy 2 in the end. And he's been great, been caught brilliantly there by Paul Ryan by the keeper, one-handed down low to his right. So that sees the end of Martin Pike for a very, very well made 109 off just 120 deliveries. And he hit 10 fours and 3 mat sixes here at the McLennan Park Oval in Walkerston. Magic knock by Martin. So that sees the second New Zealand wicket fall for the score on 234. And I have no doubt that as Martin makes his way off the boundary that he'll be given a standing ovation by his teammates in what was a magical knock. Well batted, Martin Pike. One for the memory bank, scoring your first century in an international game for the Silver Ferns against the old enemies, Australia, at the Walkerston Cricket Club. So that's a much-needed wicket that the Aussies needed. However, it's brought Chris Jeffries to the crease, so a change in the batting lineup. We heard the call from Scott McCarty about an over ago for CJ to put the pads on and be the next man in, and we saw him play some amazing shots in the practice match a few days ago. So Kiwis have one objective here, and that's obviously to finish this game early. And the Aussies have one objective, and that's to obviously take all 10 wickets of the Kiwis to win that game. We see the ball hit down to Jed, and Jed Mensforth at short third man. And that's the end of a successful over there for Neil Grice, having now taken his first wicket in over 55's representing Australia, and has bowled 5 overs and has now won for 48. So we have Scott McCarty on 35 and Chris Jeffries. CJ has just come to the crease. A 2 for 234. The equation here is that the Kiwis need 60 from just 42 deliveries. So it's getting closer now. So I don't know who Willie is from New Zealand, but he said, well done, Party Mike. Great stuff from aisle 26, Cake Tin. And Tim Loves Tech said, great knock, Marty. So a lot of Kiwis tuning in here. We've got 88 people watching. See Craig Gislingham. All short cover, and they scamper through for a quick single. So 235 for 2. Cricket delivery there, and that's played down fine to short third man for a single by CJ. Taking the score to 236 for the loss of 2 wickets, and those 2 wickets, Craig Gibb, both openers for New Zealand, and Martin Pike, who finished on 109. A break in play here while Scott McCarty puts his gloves back on and sees an opportunity for Paul Ryan to come down and have a bit of a chat to Craig Gislingham. Paul's seen something that he thinks there's an opportunity to take another New Zealand wicket. Left arm around the wicket here. Another dot ball for the Australians. Critical at this time of the game. So Craig Gislingham bowling an exceptional spell here. 2 balls remaining in this over. False start. And a sweep shot to backward square and no run again. So more dot balls, more pressure here building on the Kiwis. 58 from 37 required now. A lot of chat in the field by the Aussies. We can hear them all trying to rev themselves up. Kiwis are very anxious and quiet behind me, on the edge of their seats, supporting their teammates out in the middle. And that's a big hit. Onto the bike track again. One bounce over the railing and out towards the creek out the back. So hopefully we haven't lost that ball, but a good finish there to the Kiwis. Craig Gislingham was really on top with a really great over, but Scott McCarty went bang and ruined those figures of Craig Gislingham, who's now bowled 8 overs and has none for 40. And Scott McCarty now races to 42 from just 34 balls. So he'll be looking to finish it off as the New Zealanders now push on to 2 for 242. Lots of twos in that score. With McCarty on 42 and runs required are 52. So all the twos here at McLennan Park at Walkerston Cricket Club. And we're waiting to see who the bowler will be. It looks like it's going to be Neil Grice to continue from the city end here at McLennan Park. So Scott McCarty on 42, and there's a hush over the ground. The Kiwis are quiet, the Aussies are quiet. I'm the only one talking. Just keeping all of our viewers entertained. As we see CJ go whip the ball off his toes out to mid-wicket, looking for a second run, but brilliant fielding there by Tony Hickey as the boundary rider. Returns it back into Neil Grice, which brings Scott McCarty back on strike, sitting on 42. Have 91 people tuning in from all around the world, enjoying this magical game here between, and that's gone. That's a massive hit. That's gone over the Mackay Cycling Club rooms on the full. Big hit there by Scott McCarty. Goes to 48. And leading from the front here as skipper of this New Zealand team as they push now on to 2 for 249. 45 runs from 34 balls required. And he goes for a quick single. So that's a 250 up for New Zealand. 2 for 250 in the 40th over. As we see CJ take strike. And he's big appeal there for LBW. I think he may have hit that one. We're waiting for the call from the umpire. It looks like he's going to call it off the bat. So one run there to CJ. Two balls remaining in the Neil Grice over. Another expensive one for him and a good one for the Kiwis. 9 runs off it already. And I think that's a wide. To pass through, obviously. So another run and an extra ball for New Zealand. 42 from 32 now. And I've just had I think that was a 6. Big hit down the ground by Scott McCarty, and it's been signalled 6. And I see Anton Ballance put up on our chat here on Sock TV Global. He's got WinViz New Zealand at 70% and Australia at 30. Well, I think it's probably higher than that now with this magical batting and a great 50 there by Scott McCarty. And an appeal there for another run. And obviously he must have got an inside edge there, so no leg by. That's the completion of Neil Grice's over, who has now bowled 6 overs and has none for 65. Sorry, he has 1 for 65. My apologies. And John Gary's tuning in, and he's said, great work, Marty and Gibby. So lots of Kiwis obviously listening in. We've got 101 people watching this last 5 overs of the game. So 35 runs remaining from 30 deliveries. 5 overs remaining. Scott McCarty on fire here has scored 56 from just 38 deliveries. Being supported well by Chris Jeffries out in the middle, who's scored 3. And we see Craig Gislingham about to bowl his last over here. And that's short. And Scott McCarty's smashed that out to the square leg boundary for another 6. A fantastic shot. So the boys are now on the home straight now. They're taking full toll of this Australian bowling attack with a short ball, and it's been pulled over that mid-wicket boundary for another maximum. So Scott McCarty has hit 6 sixes in his 62. And he's hit the ball as sweep shot straight to the square leg player and no run. So 6 sixes in his 62 and just 1 4. And I think that's been smashed out for his second 4 now. Great batting here by Scott McCarty, leading the way, making sure that this game is finished off quickly before the last couple of overs as the Kiwis race to 2 for 269. An amazing run chase here by the Kiwis here at McLennan Park at the Walkerston Cricket Club in Queensland, Australia. First ever tri-series over 55's IMC International between Australia and New Zealand. And the Kiwis are making short work of this Australian bowling attack here today. 2 for 269. They now need 25 from 27. It's the first time they've gone below the remaining balls. And another sweep shot there from Scott McCarty and no run. So two more balls remaining from Craig Gislingham's last over. Scott McCarty right on top here for the Kiwis. And a cut shot out towards the deep cover boundary for another single. So the Kiwis have only brought 11 players across to Australia, and today they're on the verge of winning their first over 55's international game here in Mackay in Queensland. And CJ looking to push for a quick single and hog the strike from his skipper. That's been noted, CJ. Maybe it should be Scotty McCarty on strike. He's doing all the damage, mate. Batting exceptionally well. So that's the completion of the 41st over here. New Zealand 2 for 270, requiring just 24 runs now. A run a ball. So an easy equation for the Kiwis with 8 wickets in the shed. So presentations will take place at the end of the game with the umpires awarding the player of the match. They'll receive the Tinkle board game. Player of the match awarded by the opposing captains will receive an RJR cap. Then the umpires will also award the Spirit of Cricket award to the player that played within the best spirit of the game. We see a bowling change here with Brad Perdue bowling from the city end, and the first ball is worked out to deep square leg where it's fielded by Tony Hickey. They take 1 run, so really the Kiwis don't have to do anything silly now. A run a ball is all that's required. But knowing these two aggressive batsmen in the middle, they'll look to finish it early as we see a big swing there. It's gone down the ground and it's taken. The catch has been taken down there by Phil Puller at long off. So that sees the end of Chris Jeffries. Short stay at the crease today. But the intent is clearly being shown by the the New Zealand team, that they want to finish this innings off in quick time. As we see Scott Pender now making his way out to the centre to join his skipper Scott McCarty. And they'll now look to push on to take this first international game between Australia and New Zealand. Which will mean that the Kiwis will actually join Australia on both on 2 points. Completion of round 2. And then it'll be an interesting game tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow from this same venue, hopefully, between the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team and the New Zealand over 55's team, with the Australians having the day off, and they will sit back and obviously wait to see the result to find out if they're going to play off in that final on the last day on Wednesday. And hopefully we can bring you that game from Harrup Park. So closing stages here at McLennan Park from Walkerston Cricket Club, 15 k's west of Mackay, as we see Brad Perdue continuing his spell, and a misfield there. Opportunity for a run out there, but John Short couldn't gather up the ball. So Scott Pender scampers through for a single and gets his skipper back on strike. So Brad Perdue bowling his third over, now has a wicket and has one for 24. And Scott goes bang out towards the square leg boundary, giving Matthew Drain no chance to get around to field that ball there. And another boundary there to Scott McCarty, the captain, who's played an absolutely stellar innings here with 72 from just 45 deliveries. 18 runs now required. Leading from the front is the New Zealand skipper. And that's pitched up and it's down the, I think it was down the leg side. And it's going to be signalled a wide, so they get an extra run there. As Paul Ryan couldn't take that ball cleanly down the leg side. It was a long way down the leg side, so really no chance there for Paul to get over there. So he did well just to get a leg in front of it and stop that ball racing away to the boundary line. That's that quicker ball by Brad. And that's hit out to the mid-wicket boundary, and one bounce out to Tony Hickey, who fields the ball and returns to Brad Perdue for another single to Scotty Pender, who races along 2. That's smashed out to the deep long off boundary and well fielded down there by Graham Crawford. So just a single. That's the end of the Brad Perdue over. A successful one for Brad, picking up his first international wicket representing Australia. Bowled 3 overs, has 1 for 31. So we can see the flurry that Australia had in their first innings, but the Kiwis have always been in front of that worm. So it's been a great run chase here by the New Zealanders, led by Craig Gibb, Martin Pike, and now being finished off by Captain Scott McCarty, who's smashed the ball to all parts of the ground and hit 6 sixes in his 72. So we see Graham Crawford coming back into the attack now. He's only bowled one over, and his first over went for 16. So big ask here for Crawford. He works the ball short of a length into the leg of Scott Pender, who works it to mid-wicket for 1 run. So 3 for 279. $14 now required. Victory. Saniga having a discussion with Graham Crawford, trying to work out what they want to do here with the new batsman on strike in Scotty Pender. So looking to try and get a few dot balls here out of him, put a little bit more pressure on that scoreboard. And that's worked down to fine leg. I think Scotty's going to try and get back for 2. Excellent running there from Scotty Pender. Chased by Phil Puller down towards that fine leg boundary. So 3 for 283. 11 now required from just 16 deliveries. And another ball worked down fine to third man this time. So good batting there by Scotty Pender, putting the skipper back on strike, who will look to try and clear the ropes again here at McLennan Park at the Walkerston Cricket Club. 74 from 47 with 6 sixes and 3 boundaries. And another sweep out to that square leg boundary. Well fielded out there by Brad Perdue. Great arm. 55-metre throw on the fly. Crawford in Scott Pender. Interesting shot there. And they scamper back for a second run after a wild throw there from Paul Ryan. But good running there by the Kiwis. 3 for 287. A great shot down to third man. Another 2 to the score. So I know Scott McCarty doesn't like running, but he's going to have to keep up to the running of Scotty Pender. So completion of the 43rd over. New Zealand in the box seat here, 3 for 289, chasing 293. They need 5 runs for victory with 7 wickets in the shed. And I knew that that running would catch up with Scott McCarty. He's either going for a drink and a cap. So the big fella's a little bit puffed out there, but has batted exceptionally well here today. So 3 for 289, the Kiwis. We see Brad Perdue coming on for his 4th over. Amazing sweep shot that has gone out to the boundary line, just backward a square. Well fielded there by Matthew Drain for a single. I know what Scott McCarty will be doing tonight. He'll be sitting in the pool with a quiet coldie, I think. Probably won't move. But led his team magnificently here today. We see Scott Pender dance down the wicket and he hit the ball out to the mid-wicket boundary just for a single. So 3 for 291 now. within one hit of victory here, and I know Scott will be looking for a maximum. And he takes the easy option of sweeping it along the ground for a single. Bit of an anti-climax. So Scotty Pender, make a name for yourself, mate. Don't let the skipper hit the winning run. So scores are tied up here. I can't see Scott McCarty facing 3 balls and not scoring a run. He's looking out this way towards the clubhouse. It's coming our way, folks. And looking for the red ink is Scott McCarty, who raises his hand and bat in the air for a fantastic victory here to the New Zealand over 55's team against the Australian over 55's in the very, very first international game between the two countries for this age group. And what a magnificent innings by Scott McCarty, skipper of the New Zealand team, but very well set up by the two opening bats in Craig Gibb, who made 81, and Martin Pike, a magnificent century today. And then finished off by Scott McCarty, who finished on 78 from just 51 deliveries with 6 huge sixes here at Walkerston Cricket Club. And Scotty Pender remained 9 not out, but a magical game. Brilliant game played in great spirit by both teams today. High scoring affair where we saw the Australians bat first. And the openers got us off to a great start here today, with Jed Mensforth being the first wicket to fall. And then we saw Paul Ryan and Matthew Drain come together to put on a 200-run partnership with Paul Ryan batting exceptionally well. Making 147 runs from 129 deliveries, with Matthew Drain also finishing on 103 not out from 99 deliveries, setting a target for the Kiwis of 294 for victory. And the Kiwis finished it and chased it down, losing just 2 wickets. So fantastic game, a fantastic game of cricket here today from the Walkerston Cricket Club. I'll just go through quickly the bowling figures from the Australians. We saw Richard Saniger open, bowling 9 overs and taking 1 for 36. Tony Hickey bowled a very good 2 spells today, bowling 9 overs and taking unlucky to take no wickets for 45. Neil Grice, a little bit expensive, 6 overs, 1 for 65. Craig Gislingham bowled well, bowled some really tight lines early on, but finished with 9 overs for 51. John Short, 5 overs for 32. Brad Perdue finished with 3.5 overs and took 1 for 37, and Graham Crawford had 2 overs, none for 23. So great result to the Kiwis here. Levels the table up with a win apiece, and I guess that now means tomorrow's game is exceptionally important for the Australian over 50s Aboriginal team. And if they win, it'll see three teams on 1 win apiece, and it'll come down to net run rate. If the Kiwis win tomorrow, they'll go top of the tree, and then it'll come down to net run rate between the Australian Aboriginal team and the Australian over 50s team as to who will play off in that final at Harrup Park on Wednesday. But it's Anthony Telfer here, live from McLennan Park, from the Walkerston Cricket Club, signing off, and we'll be back here to do it again tomorrow, live at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we'll look forward to catching up with you all again tomorrow, live from the Tri-Series between the New Zealand over 55s and the Australian Aboriginal over 50s team. So thank you for joining us today. Hope you've enjoyed the live coverage. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary, and we thank those guys that assisted me throughout the course of the day. Thanks very much, and we'll catch you all again tomorrow.